What's that breeze? Did somebody leave a window open? Did we have too... Wait, he really wants me to read this? Whatever. Did we have too many beans for lunch? No, that's a thunderhead blowing in.
For the record, I didn't ask him to read that. That was entirely him. My sense of humor is, I think the viewers of this channel would attest, far more erudite and learned than that. In fact, I feel like Chaotic Harmony's sense of humor really is kind of pedestrian, and it brings this whole stream down to a level that I would never personally endorse. Yeah, it's dick jokes. That's the extent. How's everybody doing today? Let me get some music going. As usual, running everything down to the line and not really ready with anything. I think that's a hallmark of the stream. How's that music volume, everybody? Let me know how that sounds for you. It seems pretty decent. Oh, man. Oh. Sunday.
Do you like sexy battle mix, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
But only some. Though also more. $8K per side, 2v2. Man, that must have been a hell of a game. Good lord. Hang on, let me turn my headphones down a bit, because it's blasting my fucking ears out over here. And who needs that? Not I. There we go. That's a little bit better. Confunk from PAX East. How was PAX East? Every time any of the PAXs roll around, I'm always like, I should go to that. Oh, I should be at the next one. But so far, the only one I've managed to attend was the first 2 years of PAX South, and that's only because I happen to be living in San Antonio, so it was incredibly easy for me to get to. PAX is always a good time, though. Am I muted? Am I muted? Can you guys hear what I'm saying? I hope I'm not muted. That would be embarrassing. Let me see. Test, test. Testy, testy. Nope. Can't hear anything. Not over here. I think that's you, Lore Friendly. Yeah, there you go. Eclipse, good to see ya. Oh, Coral, Necrobob, Pawn Burn, Althara, good lord. Morgilla. Good to see you, man. What's up? Decided your headphones would be a microphone. I think that's not a recommended usage for headphones generally. They don't recommend that you try to record audio with it. Pardon me for a moment. I'm working the cork out of a bottle here so that I can achieve the magic number of the inebriati and be just that much more entertaining. Woo! Oh, God. What's on people's project desks today? You guys painting anything while you watch? You always know I'd love to hear about it. If you got any pictures, put them over in the Discord. Guys, can I just say, I wasn't really sure about the Discord when I started it. I remember thinking, like, people aren't really gonna want to spend that much time just sitting around chatting about all this hooey, but we've got a pretty active chat over there. Pretty regularly. People post up a lot of projects. We get some good discussion going. It's become one of my favorite Discords, and I kind of expected it to be just sort of like a self-promotion tool. Which, I mean, it is, you know. That's the truth of it. water pipe just burst in a wall. The fact that you're here at all, Eclipse, given that fact, is kind of amazing. That fucking sucks, by the way, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Clan Thunderskunk in the house. The saga of the Thunderskunk has not actually concluded yet. Just so everybody knows, that skunk is still in my shop. Believe it or not. It's fucking madness. Where are my buttons? Why aren't my buttons next to me all the time? I want my buttons. I gotta go in this week and add some more fun clips to my buttons, because I got a couple ideas for some good ones. A couple of ideas for some good ones, besides the obvious classics. Oh, I gotta push the other button first. There we go. Waiting for your mechs to get printed. Yeah, it's a bit of a wait. Eventually you hit a point where you're not waiting for mechs to get printed anymore, but you're still printing mechs. And actually, you're probably there already, and you just have a pile of printed crap that you mean to get to at some point. The pile keeps growing, though. The pile never shrinks. Somehow the Has anyone else noticed this about, like, to-do lists and project lists, is that even when you're getting things done on the lists, they don't actually get any smaller. I've noticed this. Maybe it's just me. No painting tonight. Did do some spray priming yesterday. Alright. Balius, Wolfen, Black Lantern. Oh, and a bunch of other minis figure. Well, that's awesome. That's the first step. I find that if I can get myself to the point where I'm actually priming a reasonable number of figures, that makes me more likely to work on painting them. So I've got a few things going on today. Yeah, Thunderskunk. The skunk is becoming a mascot for the channel. It's a little tragic that I'm going to have to kill the channel mascot, but and I don't mean this to sound celebratory, because I'd like to make it very clear I do not celebrate the taking of any sentient life in any realistic fashion. But in this case, I do not shy away from it, and there is more than a small component of anger when I say that I am going to kill that son of a bitch. But that's really pretty personal between him and I at this point. I don't think anyone else could really understand the struggle that we've gone through together in the last week, he and I, back and forth over the traps and the cat food and the empty shop and the late nights. But hey, that's living in the country. What are you gonna do? Still need to decide what clan/paint scheme to use for your force. Well, lore friendly, it so happens that we're developing a little bit of a clan paint scheme ourselves. Not that you need to paint your mechs to be part of Clan Thunderskunk, but you know, you do have that option. We were talking paint scheme a little bit earlier, and I'd like to field a few more ideas, but I'm liking this notion of having there be a central stripe down the mech. And make that like a noxious, like toxic green, you know? And I like it even more because we're going to be matching it up against the Storm Chasers Intersphere Merc Company, which is leaning towards magenta and purple. So you got magenta, purple, midnight blue against neon toxic green. I like the sound of that, and I think I've got a good green for it, honestly. Oh, look, everything's out of focus. Isn't that shocking? You guys were just sitting there thinking, man, that Thunderhead, he's got his shit together. He's so on top of it this time. How? How is he so organized? I'll bet that when he lifts that model, everything will be perfect this time, unlike every other fucking time that he has streamed. Well, guess what? You're fucking wrong. Alright, let's fix this. There we go. That's getting someplace. But this is kind of the green that I'm thinking for the Thunderskunk stripe, maybe. Let's adjust that a bit more. Come on. That's pretty good. Maybe out just slightly. Maybe down to... There we go. Hey, we can focus cameras. We're good at what we do. Yay! Coral, by the way, is absolutely correct. I don't know if anyone here has noticed or realized this, but this chat channel has a video feed attached to it. And you can actually, if you turn on your monitor, see me, as well as hearing me just sort of talk shit about everybody all the time. It's crazy stuff, I know. Have I tried negotiating? In a way, Guy, I actually have tried negotiating. I have given him several opportunities now to simply leave in peace. Nights when the door to the shop is simply open, me figuring with like 3 days of nothing to eat, he will certainly scamper out into the darkness. I've turned off the lights, I've gone in the back of the shop, and I've sprayed wolf pee, which, by the way, if you've not done it, if you, for whatever
there's
reason...
something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye. And
Every
sometimes
time.
a tightness to my pants.
I just like his
This
voice.
stream has a lot of the latter.
Catic Harmony, I just love the sound of your voice, man. What can I say? I've tried negotiating, though, and negotiations have thus far failed. But I'm thinking I might give him another chance tonight, where I just crack it open and give him the opportunity to leave, because it seems clear to me now that he knows what the trap is, and that's irritating to me. Guard badgers. No, I have more than enough just wild fucking badgers. Toxic green with black and white stripes. Maybe. I'm leaning towards two primary colors. Something dark for the overall body, and then the green stripe just right down the middle. That's what I'm thinking. I guess technically skunks have the two stripes, or at least some of them do. But, you know, thunder skunks maybe have one stripe. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck the rules are in the Kerensky cluster. Yeah, I know, people don't post videos on the internet, it's all just sound files. That's my understanding. Phoenix Hawk Lamb? Ooh, and the Crescent Hawk scheme. Man. The Crescent Hawks. There's some classics right there. I've seen a few people painting. I've seen at least one person, I should correct, painting Crescent Hawks lately. And that's kind of inspirational. I'm almost tempted to go back to... I want to say, like, I'm tempted to go back to the Crescent Hawks Foundation, and... no, I'm not really. That game is incredibly old and painful and difficult to play. And then I think, like, maybe I'll go back to Crescent Hawks Revenge, but if I'm being honest with myself, that game is also incredibly difficult to play at this point. Am I alone, or do I... would it be cool for some video game developer to revisit, like, the Crescent Hawks Inception and the Crescent Hawks Revenge? With modern graphics, like that style of game where you're founding a mercenary. I mean, they've tried to do that. Sentient Pickle, you're absolutely right. I try not to let my perception get tainted too much by nostalgia. I remember that I had fun playing it because there was shit else at the time to play that was any more involved. And then when somebody released something and they were like, oh, but it's got 3D graphics, we all lost our fucking minds over that for a while. Anywho. Don't need no stinking badgers. I got a lot of people in chat today. Yeah, thanks, Kursala. Yeah, nobody ever accused me of being organized. So I'm going to be working on Gecko some today. I'm moving to Gecko because I know what colors I want him to be, and I've already got a start on him. And the fact is, I still haven't decided on anything for Gigantes. I'm leaning towards orange. I was thinking maybe orange with, like, blue racing stripes. That could be cool. It would also be kind of like I was painting a Broncos mech, but, you know, I've heard of worse ideas. And then maybe something kind of drab for the commando arm, just something to differentiate it from the rest of the figure. But we'll get to Gigantes, but as long as Gigantes is holding me up, I'm going to move on to the next Lance, since I've got some ready to go. So we're going to work a little bit on Gecko. I've got these Urbies that I printed a while ago, and I just never finished, and they're really just meant to... The idea was quick, easy, stupid paint job that doesn't require much effort, make them police colors, and then use them as Trinity City Police Department mechs for a couple of scenario games. So I'm going to try to make some progress on that. I got 3 of them most of the way done, and 1 that hasn't been done at all, so we're going to work on him a little bit today. I like Urbies. Everybody likes Urbies. Who doesn't like Urbies? If you don't like Urbies, don't tell me, because I'll just scream at you. And nobody really wants to see that. What else have I got? Oh, I know, I got some toys. Oh, Coral, you would. Yeah, like Crescent Hawk's Inception with HBS Battletech graphics. That would be fucking amazing. We got some things. We got some things from Cybran Knight, who, of course, he's not here. I told Cybran to stay clear of my stream if he knew what was good for him. I said next time I saw him, next time I see you, Cybran, I'm gonna reach through that screen. I'm gonna grab you by your neck. That's what I said. I didn't say any of that. Cybran Knight very kindly offered to send me one of his older Shapeways printed Tyrants, which I may just start clipping on and do some assembly today. That could be fun. It comes in so many pieces. I didn't realize that he made them quite so... Modular is not the right word. Granular is not the right word. Whatever word means in separate pieces with multiple options for assembly. That word is what it is. Fiddly as fuck. It's also possible. Vergaderung, you did not, though. I would love to take a look at it. I know that you had it modified slightly, and I'm into that. But he sent me some other stuff on top of that. He asked me if I liked anything else in the catalog, and I just sort of casually was like, well, you know, I think the Tarmac King is pretty cool, which I opened the box and there's the Tarmac King with the new Tarmac extension. I think the Sprinter's kind of cool, so he sends me 2 versions of the Sprinter. The Cobra's alright, so I got 2 versions of the Cobra, and then I liked his Albatross VTOL, so I got one of those too. This is really, really nice of him. And Cybran, if you're here and haven't said anything yet, thank you. But yeah, maybe I'll put some of these together today. Oh, my weeks are not usually this full of bullshit. It'd be nice to unwind a little bit. I mean, they're full of bullshit because of who I am as a person, but not quite this full of bullshit, you know? I also have, I got a whole 3 big sets of Reaper paints to replace some stuff that I have been kind of working through lately. So I'm going to try to use some of those new paints today, which should be exciting. Let's get my wet palette out. Who hates Urbies? That's ridiculous. Yeah, Reaper paints are really good. They're, I really like their high density, high pigment paints. They are... I mean, everybody knows the common knowledge, the common advice. Thin your paints. Thin your paints. And yes, you should, in fact, thin your paints. Many thin coats is better than one thick coat. But sometimes, I need a paint that can go on relatively smooth, but still be thick enough to apply its color in one pass. Sometimes because I'm only going to get the one pass because I'm in a hurry, or because I'm incompetent.
Go ahead and lord that paint on anywhere.
Or because I'm glorbing. This is also possible. And Reaper paints do a fantastic job of getting that coverage. So we're going to play with a couple that I haven't used today, and hopefully have some good results. Where are my brushes? There's my brushes. And let's see what we... Well, the green I would pull out of this box, I actually already have a bottle of, which is convenient because I use it quite a bit. I'm going to be doing some highlighting on Gecko, who, by the way, just to walk you through what I'm doing, JT, I've used some contrast paints. Oh lord, excuse me. I've used some contrast paints. I don't love them. I'm not going to say they're bad paints, because they're not. They're actually quite good. I've seen people achieve amazing things with them, but they don't... Maybe it's that I need more practice with them, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. I've used them a couple of times. I haven't been totally satisfied with my results compared to the results that I get, just kind of mixing up some of my own glazes and washes. But, you know, I've got a couple of them, so maybe we'll use them on some future projects, and I'll try to learn how to make them. This guy, so far, what has been done to him, because I did these steps a little while ago, I know I've talked a few times about my standard sort of preparatory techniques. Oh, that's what you're using for the Crucis Lancers. I gotcha. Okay, alright. So, I went through my standard preparation process on this, which is Prime Black, Zenithal White, Dry Brush White, Wash Black, which lands you, I mean, really right where this guy is right now. That's what has been done to Gigantes so far. So if you imagine Gecko was like that, and then I came over it with some Liquitex acrylic artist's ink in lime green, and just did a real gentle, like, I think I used maybe 2 whole drops on the whole model, and I was kind of throwing some away at the end. So this is a real thin coating of that, and then I did some blue on his belly. All it says about Gecko in the House Arano source book is that it has a bright blue underbelly, which is really inconvenient as a painter, because who the fuck is ever going to see the underbelly of my mech? So I kind of went with also the pelvis, and also the cheeks of the Locust, if you will, for the blue. Didn't say anything else about the other colors, so I went with, wait, his name is Gecko, so I went with kind of a gecko-y lizard color. You know, I think it came out pretty nice. Do some highlights on him today, address these printed LCT-1E medium and small lasers, do some more detailing, and we'll pick a color for his canopy today too. I think that'll be good. I'm going to go ahead and paint his undercarriage base tone while I'm thinking about it. It seems like every single time I start this stream, the first thing I say in relation to paint is, well, I'm going to get some P3 coal black, and I'm going to mix it with some black. And it only seems that way because it literally is the first fucking thing I keep doing. Eventually, another step will occupy that spot, but for whatever reason, it just keeps happening. So why don't we mix some P3 coal black? If I can find my pipettes. I should really put them in like an easily accessed drawer or something, but it's one of those problems that I'll think about later, and then never get to, and then complain about in time for the next stream, which will be great. I'm gonna pull a little bit of water out of my wet palette. I just refreshed it, and man, it is loaded with water. Oh yeah, dude, JT, that yellow looks really... Dude, yellow is so fucking hard to do. Yellow is a difficult color. Now, okay, I do want to paint something. Let me close this before I knock it over. I do want to paint something in yellow soon, because I just got something else that I forgot about, which are these Dr. P.H. Martin's liquid acrylic inks that apparently go really, really well through the airbrush, and they've got some real vivid colors. And I'd like to try some of some of this yellow on something. Not sure what yet, but this orange may be exactly what goes down on Gigantes, which could be pretty interesting. I don't know. I don't know. No Broncos jokes, though. God damn it. Beat the devil out of it. Still need to know how to use the contrast paints properly to achieve any decent results. They're not some magical product. No, they're not Sentient Pickle. Now, admittedly, because of the nature of them, if all you're looking for is a tabletop quality paint job, like really, that's the extent of it, you can pretty much just slather some contrast paints on there, and you know what it looks better than? Is bare fucking plastic. And I think it is always to be encouraged that people move away from bare plastic, even if they're not moving all the way to an expert, you know, crystal sword paint job. So contrast paints fill a fantastic niche in the market. I just don't know if they're for me. I know people have used them at fairly high levels, but it's just my painting style kind of sort of already do that, but in a way that I'm more used to. It's like a tiny bottle of Tang. I will not be drinking it. You know what? 50,000 channel points and I'll drink some of the ink. No, I should clarify as soon as I say that is a fucking lie. I absolutely will not, because you people will try to make me do that. I'm realizing that I shouldn't joke quite as much about those things, because I have viewers who will legitimately gather the goddamn points and try to make me do it. Sentient Pickle, see, you're thinking, I could make it like a whole thing. I'm gonna drink some ink, you guys. Look out, I'm gonna drink some ink, and then it's just like Tang. Oh, it's so terrible, you guys, and I'm just slurping on Kool-Aid, right? Actually, I shouldn't say that out loud. I should have kept that idea for myself, but, you know, fuck it. I need just a touch more black. You mean your friends? Of course that's what I meant, Pondburn. What did I say? What did you hear? I'm sure I said friends. So I'm just mixing some P3 coal black and some actual black to make it a little grayer but still quite blue. And I want some Flow-Aid to go in here too. Blue Kool-Aid in an empty Windex bottle. That would actually be... I would believe that. Commissar Iguana, welcome to the chat, and you make an excellent point. Contrast paints work phenomenally well on organic surfaces, like, for instance, orc skin, dragon scales. Anything that's really, really textured, it's going to do a lot better on than it is generally going to do on things like battle mechs that have big words difficult, that have big, broad, wide open surfaces. Don't swish your brush in the beer. You know, I'm just going to use this every opportunity I can, Greg. This one's for you.
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
It's good that you're here, because I was starting to fear. And I hear that that's a... Oh, yeah, there you go. Never fear. What are the odds? Was that Robot Jack? Leafback, how many times have you been in this chat, man? Have you not seen this? I mean...
Fingertips covered suit. Safety gear for hand
Robot Jocks is half of what we do here, man. I never get tired of those clips. I really don't. Wait, you know what? I got one more. Oh, God. I find that movie just to be such a delight. Alright. I'm gonna do just a little bit more Flow-Aid. Just a teeny bit more, because I was talking while I did it, and I don't think I put in enough. I want this really quite thin for this part. I mean, really, almost what I'm doing right now, guys, is creating a contrast paint. Literally just taking a paint, achieving the color that I want, and then mixing in Flow-Aid until it goes on so thin that I can apply it over a lightly value-sketched surface. Because you see, these barrels are very light at the top and very dark at the bottom already. And I'd like that to show through. Oh my god. What's up, puppy? What's up, puppers? How you doing? Gwynny just came in from outside and she's all chilly. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, I just made her come back. I'm gonna put my hands up. Okay. Good lord. It's a good girl is who it is, Greg. I may shamelessly whore out my dog for Twitch points. I may actually do that here at some point, but I've got this spot under the desk to my right where she lays, and I might put a camera on her. I don't know. She sleeps there for long enough. Thank you, Tricked. It was very kind of you to say. It has been... I'm very pleased with how this green has come out so far. And Commissar Iguana, if you're painting Inner Sphere, you are welcome to borrow the paint schemes we've come up with for the Storm Chasers Mercenaries. So these arm pods on the Locust here with the lasers on them and such were some of the first mech mods that I designed in Fusion and printed out on my Elegoo Mars. In fact, they were some of the first prints that I did on my Elegoo Mars. So it's nice to get around to painting them, kinda at long last. They should look pretty good when I'm done with them. They should. Where's my focus at today? Okay, right about in here. Put a camera on the skunk. If I could get my fucking hands on the skunk, oh Coral. Good lord. Well, you'd rather have the dog cam than the printer cam, huh? Okay. Oh. So I asked before, but we've got a few new viewers since then. What's everybody doing today? You painting something? You working on a project? You waiting for a project to finish? You picking your nose? I want to know. I mean, I don't want to know if you're picking your nose. I take that back. Don't. If you're picking your nose, very specifically, don't tell me that. I mean, I guess you could. It wouldn't really bother me that much. I don't care. No offense. I'm sure your nostrils and the mining thereof are very interesting. To you. Just maybe not as much to me, you know? This is part of the reason I like Reaper paints, these high-density pigments, is because I can water them down so much. And they still show up real nice. You know what the problem is that I focused all the way down and then I started painting. Let me fix this so that you can actually see what I'm doing. Because I'm going to be right about here. Oh, I want a nicer camera. Really, I do. I'll get one eventually. Until then, this should do the job. Let me adjust. That seems a little dark to me. Turn off that bollocks. Turn this up. Ooh, that's better. That's better, huh? Yeah. Okie dokie. Cameras are stupid. Can confirm. What's up, DLG? What are you up to today, man? Food, then trying to finish 3 buildings tonight at work. Vergatarung, by the way, has been working on... look like Billy May's long-lost son? What the fuck? What does that even mean? I'm here today with Oxymech. What the hell? Is it the neck? Is it the neck beard? I gotta work on that. Jesus. Alright, let's see. Just got back home from the store. Alright. Yeah. Sentient Pickle, you should definitely make some dinner. You really should. I'll lull you through the process with my dulcet tones. I was saying Vergatarung has been painting some of the Hextech buildings lately. He got his in recently, and they look fucking amazing, you guys. If you're not in the Discord, like, I don't even care if you're like, this Thunderhead guy's a fucking idiot. In fact, that just sounds accurate, and you don't want to be a part of my Discord, but join it for just a minute. Go look at what Vergatarung has done with the first of the buildings he's been painting for Hextech, and then, you know, like, leave me a mean message and quit the server, if that's what you gotta do. But take a look at what he's doing, because it looks so fucking cool, you guys. Vergatarung's work is always, like, really high-quality stuff. I'm gonna con him into doing his own stream here at some point. Hang on, I need a little bit more light. That's better. I prefer my streamers skunk-free. Well, the good news is that the skunk is outside. Camo Specs, good to see you, man. How are things? Do these little ankle joints. I like the ankle joints on these Locusts. They really help to divide the leg up quite a bit. Of course, I managed to make this almost featureless, but that doesn't matter. We'll paint some features on later. Don't have the color to finish the mix you have. Wow, well, can you mix something? Because I'm sure that... No, he did not win. The skunk has not won. The skunk will fall. The skunk has become the totem of Clan Thunderskunk. And in that way, he has achieved a certain level of immortality that I can't do anything about. but I can do something about his immediate mortality. And I intend to. Oh, I intend to. The skunk won. Whoa. Look, man. We can't all be soulless goat killers like you, okay? Really can't mix what you have into a blue. I'm sorry to hear that. I hate it when I really, really need a paint and I don't have it. It's always irritating. If it take too long, I should accept him and name him. Yes. I'll name him all right. His name is Mud. It's about the best I got. There aren't going to be any furry tales, Sentient Pickle, though we have begun working on a paint scheme for Clan Thunderskunk, which is going to involve a green very much like this one, I believe. Something noxious, something a little stomach-turning. Their cannons go pip-a-la-boom. Where was the kaboom? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Commissar Iguana, thank you so much for the follow, man. Hopefully we can get you some actual painting and not just me sitting around bitching about being beset by an invasion of skunks. But that has kind of been the theme of the week. It's funny, but also I am dealing with a skunk. So, it's more funny for you, I guess? That's fine. That's fine, I'm used to it. The abuse that I endure. The fact that I stream at all with the abuse that my audience puts me through is amazing. It's just good that Amax isn't in here. That'd be getting way worse then.
Look, if this conversation gets more about how you feel about something, I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
I couldn't even tell you how big it is, if I'm being honest, Day-Late. Like, I've been within full visual, like, what's the word? I have achieved full visual one singular time, and then I was like, nope, fuck you, and I left, and since then I've been trying to trap it.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like
I will.
We're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
As a matter of fact. For those of you who weren't here for my transition from my stream starting screen to my actual paint, I've been getting not Sentient Pickle, good God, no. I'm messing everybody's names up. I've been getting Chaotic Harmony to record me some more intro blurbs that have been kind of fun. That dude he's a real hoot. He's a real cut-up, if you will. And I mean, I will, so you probably should too. Apologize for the Polish Lancer joke. No, it wasn't you, Sentient Pickle. I was just, your name just rolls around in my head because it's so pleasing to the ear. It's pleasing as a concept. I mean, a real Sentient Pickle would terrify me and make me... I mean, I love pickles. I love eating pickles. If they were sentient, like, my life would be seriously affected by that. What else? Anything else on him that should be that color? I don't think so. I guess maybe I could do this here. I think it's good, though. I think I want to leave as much green on Gecko as I can. He is Gecko, after all, isn't he? Of course he is. Of course he is. I need to apply a wash to this Irby, I just realized. So I'm going to take a little bit of... Pickle Dick references a lot, huh? Yeah, that'll happen. I thought the Polish Lancer joke was funny. Like, I'm a little embarrassed that I thought it was so funny. I'm going to take a little bit of my Army Painter Quick Shade Dark Tone. And I am going to thin it with some Liquitex Flow Aid, because for this step of the process, I really want it to go down into the crevices. As much as I can. The Flow Aid also has a retarder in it, so it will not dry as fast, so I'll have to let it sit for a while, but I think that's okay. Chip in for a professional skunk assassin. I tried to contact some professional skunk assassins. They're fucking expensive, dude. We're talking like $600. Oh, okay guys, Cat's here. We can start the stream. Obviously, we were sitting here in silence, just kind of staring at one another until Cat got here. Yeah, like electrician prices. That's pretty much. Like electrician and plumber prices. I want to use a crappier brush. Let's use this one. This one sucks. Mercenary of Odor. I'm not going to change the green leaf back, don't worry. If anything, I'm going to enhance it. I mean, you should be able to... I'm laying this on real thick, but there's so much flow aid in it that it is going almost exclusively to the deeper parts of the model. This is about the consistency that I use for my standard preparation. Mad Cat Good. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I can't help but notice that when you were typing your name into Twitch, you were attempting to write Mad Cat Bad. I think you got confused. And you actually, I don't know if you know this, I think it's probably good that someone tell you, you wrote Mad Cat Good. And that's just not true. I'm kidding. I just like to talk shit about clan mechs. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Clanners. These are printed Urbies. I believe these are the ones that Sylogy put together. Oh, coral. Turning the room over your garage into a sweet finished gaming room. Dude, rooms over garages need to be gaming rooms. That's like why they built them. Little known fact, in the early part of the turn of the last century, the room above the garage was known as the Dorcas Malorcas room. And it was specifically built so that Dorkai Malorkai, as the plural is known, would have a place to play Battletech and Warhammer and such. It's a confusing bit of American history because none of those games were invented yet, but, you know, history's a crazy thing. Make it into a sweet tavern? Damn, that sounds good. It is very small, Cat. Like, it's a little hard to tell what it is. When people use Glorb, it looks a bit like someone just kind of busting a nut in the middle of the stream, which I'm supposed to be the only one allowed to do that, so. Seagull storage. Or Seagull, he lives there too. Yeah, Seagull lives in the seagull storage, glorbing on all the seagulls, but in his case it's more of a oh, that's a disgusting joke. I shouldn't make that joke. Steven Seagal is kind of a doofer, though. That much is just true. That's pretty good. That should sit decently if I just let it be and stop fucking with it. Yeah. We'll get to him a little bit later once that's had a chance to set. Excuse me. Almost looks like power armor. It almost is power armor, Cat. Urbies are teeny tiny, and they pretty much are just an excuse to have an autocannon 10. Vote that Thunderhead's infantry be known as the Seagulls. Bad luck to kill a seabird. Alright, what have I missed on here that I want to do an undercarriage color? I don't know that I've missed... Well, I guess I want to do these little cooling fins in an undercarriage color. That would make sense. Let's do those. Oh, is he going to prison? I saw something about this earlier today, that Steven Seagal was associated with something nefarious to do with cryptocurrency, which is both funny and not in any way a surprise. Like, he seems like exactly the sort of douchebag to get involved with shady cryptocurrency schemes. Thin that out just a little bit. There, that'll look nice. And a little bit on this side. Now this paint is very thin, and it's mixed with Flow-Aid and a bit of distilled water, so what I'm doing is I'm laying it on pretty thick. And then I'm coming back into the areas that I want to lighten up a bit, with kind of just some distilled water on my brush. And just pulling some of the color off. Not too much. These are mostly areas that I'm going to highlight with other colors anyway. But a little bit. I want the dark color really just down in the crevices and on the lower portions. I think in my head I said I was going to paint these like glowing cooling fins when I made them, but I'm not going to do that because I feel like that would look kind of stupid, if I'm being honest. I'm going to do a little bit of this color in the nose because he has what looks like a little suite of sensors up here. They should be differentiated from the rest of the underbelly of the mech. And this will make that easy. Pull a little bit of color out of there. Leave it mostly dark. Yeah, that should work. Cool. Should do the cockpit orange. You think that would look good, Verg? You know, I'm very much on board with that, actually. I think orange might look good. Yeah, let's do orange. Why the hell not? That sounds like a good idea. Leafback, these are Reaper paints that have been mixed with a good amount of Liquitex Flow-Aid, and I am using them on a wet palette, so there is also distilled water in the mix. Penis Land Warrior. He came from a dark land. A land of strife. A land of struggle. A land of penis. He had one task, one mission, one desire. To watch Thunderhead paint some fucking mechs. And he was gonna do it. No, not flesh color. God damn it, I'm not painting you a dong mech. You can say it every single time if you want to. That's not gonna make it any more real. Yeah, I'm drinking some more of my Flem de la Flem, though this is the last of it, and I'm actually kind of sad about that. Because to get more, I have to go and, like, brave the fucking hordes of coronavirus mutants in the town proper, and I'm not into it. It sounded kind of Solid Snake-ish. It's been so long since I've played Metal Gear anything. I don't even have any good Solid Snake quotes for you. Not that aren't, like, 20 years old. Sunset red to yellow fade with orange in the middle. Sentient Pickle, you trying to fucking kill me? What are you doing? Out of your damn mind. I'm liking the orange, though. I'm thinking kind of a burnt umber, going to orange, going to yellow for the outermost highlight, and then that white sunspot. I think that'll look nice. I am going to go to my new Reaper Bones paints, which are not yet actually in my paint rack, unfortunately. But they do come in these nice cases that are pretty well organized. So I'm going to pull out, how about this for a start? Volcanic Orange. I like the look of that. And then I got a bit of Sunrise Orange. And I think I'll roll that right into a color that I already have for the final bit of highlight, which is this bottle of yellow paint that I've handled so many times I don't know what color it is anymore. But it's kind of orangish, and that's what matters, right? I think it might be the same as... No, it's a little bit more orange than this. Because the other ones I've got here are a lantern yellow and a candle. You know what? I'm gonna use the lantern yellow. I'm really trying to use these new paints and get a feel for them. My paints are usually such a damn shotgun mishmash of stuff from just about every brand out there. I'd like to refine that a wee little... Oh, God, AMAX is here. I mean, hey everybody, AMAX is here! Woohoo! Party! That's my AMAX dance, you like that? That's a good one. Yeah. Do I have a button? Do I have a button for AMAX? Wait, here it is.
Yeah! 1 week, you're mine. Kill you dead.
I love that guy. I can't get enough of him. Oh, you're a little stopped up. I gotta clear you. K-Max has been completed. The fucking Voltron of Amax and Cat has combined. The only paints I have, so I was checking. Mad Cat good. What? Hold up. Which paints are you talking about? I think I missed that.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye.
And I'm leaving.
Sometimes the tightness to my
Congratulations,
pants.
guys. We got rid of
This stream has a lot
Amax
of
in
the
record
latter.
time. K-Max in the house. Good lord. Are Games Workshop paints good for painting mechs? Well, yes. Here's the thing. Almost any acrylic paint that you either take the time to thin properly or is already designed for model painting is a perfectly good paint for painting mechs. Games Workshop paints are good, Army Painter paints are good, Vallejo paints are good, Reaper paints are good. All of them are very, very functional. You're going to find they've got some different benefits to them. I'm not personally a fan of most of the Citadel paints, not because the paints themselves are bad, but because I don't like the paint pots that you have to, that they are delivered in. I think that they are just awful. I'm a big fan of dropper bottles, so I go with basically anybody who uses dropper bottles. However, if what you've got, Mad Cat Good, is Citadel paints, absolutely. Absolutely. I do suggest you thin them, because most Citadel paints are... Alright, I say recently, it's been like almost 2 years now, they switched to like layers and bases and so on and so forth, and in theory, all these different types of paint have different consistencies to them and go on differently. In my opinion, they still, all of them need to be thinned. If you're just like a dabbling painter, then using the paints right out of the pots from Citadel, that'll get you through a good number of projects. If you learn how to thin those paints, you'll do even better, and then over time, you'll just kind of, consistency will just become another thing that you're constantly monitoring as you paint. But since you're using Games Workshop products already, Mad Cat Good, I would recommend that you pick up some of their Lamian Medium. I don't go out of my way to not recommend Citadel products, but I do complain about Citadel products regularly because, again, I personally don't like some of the choices that they've made. Some of their products, though, are fantastic, and Lamian Medium is amazing. I keep this bottle of it filled up. It's just like, okay, there are other matte mediums that are comparable, but it's kind of just right. I'm really a fan of Lamian Medium, so I would get some and I would use that. Pawnburn, what are you doing? Pawnburn, just peeled back my G-string and slipped a couple of singles under it. Ooh, feels dirty. I like it. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'll put that towards a new camera. How about that? Nerd leet speak. It's all true. Alright, what am I doing? I'm about to take some of that very same Lamian Medium and put it into my Volcanic Orange, by the way, to get started on this cockpit color, and we'll see how orange looks. Pawnburn hype! Oh, I need a hype emote, you guys. I have no idea what the Thunderhead hype emote would be, but we should have one. Everybody else has a hype emote. I want to be cool like all the other kids on Twitch. And I'm just never going to get there if I don't have a hype. Hype is like 90% of being a Twitch streamer, as far as I can tell. On Thingiverse, just search for the names of the mechs you're looking for. Yes, Leafback is giving very good advice. You should listen to him if your question is about 3D printing mechs. Also, if you're 3D printing, get familiar with Thingiverse. It's a terrible website, mechanically speaking, but it has a lot of content. And so you can spam your own hype. How about a cheering skunk? I'm never gonna live that shit down. The skunk did not win. Damn it. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, Daylate? Did the goat win? Is that where we're going with this now? Did you get fucking wrecked by Basilis the Goat Lord in Assassin's Creed Odyssey? I think you did. I think I watched you get your ass kicked like 7-8 times. Just like a bitch, too. Supernaut, what's up, man? Good to see you. By the way, if people aren't fans of Daylate Gamer, He is a variety streamer and a very good friend of mine. He's actually the one who got me started streaming. And watching Twitch in general. Ooh, this orange is going to be interesting, you guys. I actually really like this. I'm going to put it down in a few layers. He does a variety stream, mostly gaming, largely built upon his boisterous personality, of which he has far too much to go around. And recently he's been streaming Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which, if you're interested, you could watch him getting his ass kicked, like, constantly. Just brutalized. It's embarrassing at this point. We're kind of, like, he doesn't know this, but we've been chatting about it in the Discord, like in a little secret channel, and we're like, oh man, it's really embarrassing how many times Basilis whooped his ass. We should maybe kick him a few biddies just to keep him motivated, you know? Because he'd get to the end of this fight, and the guy would be at like 10% health, and then he'd be like, oh, I'm gonna beat him this time, and chat will be like, oh my god, you're gonna beat him, and then he just comes back and wrecks him. It's humiliating. Go Clan Thunderskunk. Thanks for that, Cat. I appreciate the shout out for DLG. Seriously though, if you enjoy well-produced streams, funny streams, and some pretty high-quality gameplay, go check out Daylight Gamer. He's a gigantic nerd that I'm trying to get him, and we've been talking about this lately with Cat and a few others. We've been thinking about doing, I don't know about a stream, but maybe a podcast of some Star Wars RPG being played. Because we played a long time ago, like when we were in high school. And I don't think DLG has touched it since then, but there's a new edition out from Fantasy Flight Games, and I think we could have a lot of fun. It sounds like a good time to me, but, you know, you guys are here mostly to watch me paint BattleTech, but if you're interested, it could be fun to do, like once or twice a month, do an RPG session for a podcast or maybe a stream. I know I'd have fun doing it, I don't know if you'd have fun watching it, but I'm actually really liking this orange. I thought maybe it would be a bit too much, but I think this is going to be good. Just trying to be careful not to ruin my green here. They say you're supposed to paint the deepest parts of a model first, and then work out to the highest points, but who the hell does things in order? That's not what we do around here. We make it up as we go, apparently. We'll start doing some green highlights. Skunk Wars RPG. God damn, I'd be down for that. Yeah, Commissar Iguana, if there's anything that you're working on, anything you have a question about, any colors you're curious about, even crazy shit, like somebody painted something wild and you're like, how the hell did he do this? Like, just somebody on the internet. Put it on the Discord, man. We got a lot of really talented painters in there. And I'm sure somebody could come up with an answer for you. If they can't come up with an answer for you, I'll fucking make one up on the spot. It'll be great. I'm going to this here Reaper Dungeon Slime, and I think I'm going to touch it with just a bit of Vallejo Light Livery Green, which you can't see it as much on the camera, but this is a vivid green color. It is... whew, it's something. D20 Star Wars or Saga Edition Pawnburn. I was looking at the latest edition that they released for, or rather from Fantasy Flight Games. Edge of the Empire, Age of Rebellion, stuff like that. Orc Snot Yellow. I mean, yeah, that's probably an accurate description of it. Like, I don't know what the hell livery green is supposed to... like, I guess you would use it on banners, a color like this, therefore livery. It doesn't come across in the camera at all, the color that it is, but it is powerful. I'm also going to put in just a touch of white, just a touch of a cool white, which my go-to cool white these days is pretty much always Vallejo Game Color Ghost Gray. How can you kill that which you lust for? Seriously, DLG, we need to be cautious. because we have unleashed something upon the world just by introducing Cat and Amax and creating the K-Max, but should they actually meet and merge into one being, I don't know that any of us could stop the resulting madness. And the world doesn't need that. Yeah, that's a pretty good highlight color. I don't know exactly what would happen. It might be like dividing by 0. Lurkin, cooking some noms. Okay, Amax, we'll be sure to talk plenty of shit. Amax, who is a fantastic mod for DLG, has been talking about doing some streaming herself lately, but thus far, to my knowledge, has not, unless she's, she's been concealing it from me, which I don't put past her. But everyone should definitely pressure her to start streaming. Sexpocalypse. Tiny Robots! Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in. Ordered yourself an Ender 3 final... Dude, okay, so the Ender 3 is gonna be... It's gonna take some setup, and it's gonna take some tweaking, and it's gonna take some tinkering. It's going to frustrate you, just be ready for that. There are going to be moments when it's like, why the fuck won't you just do what I'm telling you to do? But believe me when I tell you that there is always an answer, you will find it, and eventually, it'll be so easy to operate you won't even think about it. Alright. I've already done some highlights on his legs, so I'm starting higher than I usually do here. Just doing some simple edge highlights. I don't want to complicate Rampart Company too much. Oh, I forgot, I've got little rangefinders on top here. Well, they're too small for me to really put a color in. Mad Cat Good is asking, where would be the best place to get miniatures? I am certain that my chat has some good answers for you on that one. It's going to depend on what kind of miniatures you're looking for. But we've got guys in here who run their own miniature companies. We've got guys in here who run stores that resell major miniatures. We've got guys in here who... Hell, we've had people in here who sculpt for Catalyst Games, so I know there's some good answers floating around. It's definitely going to depend on what kind of miniatures you want. For me personally these days, 3D printing is just, that's my go-to. Might have to thin this a little bit. It's a little thick, but it's just so dry up here, you guys. So dry. Spent the last few years painting basically at the bottom of a swimming pool in Texas, so... Still adjusting to the climate up here. A little bit over here. I don't want to overdo it. This is a very strange song that Pretzel has put on. I'm going to give it a chance. I don't hate it, but it better be going somewhere. Otherwise, I'm going to freak out. More so than usual, I mean. Some of these rear struts here. Are you just getting back into the hobby, Mad Cat Good? Don't have any money for a 3D printer, so yeah, it's understandable. I would say, first of all, 3D printing is maybe not as expensive as you think, but it definitely runs in the, like, if you were going to get started on 3D printing, I would recommend you have about $500 that you are comfortable investing into it. With the knowledge that it's going to take some work, and also the caveat that you will be able to earn that money back on the 3D printer itself if you decide to do it. They can easily make you money. But there are a lot of other good sources. There are the Catalyst Game Labs mechs that are available in the box sets. There are a number of people with printers who will happily run off anything you want from Thingiverse. Yeah, Tiny Robots in a Box is dead on with that. When you do the math and you lay out how much you would spend buying like 10 to 15 mechs printed, you may as well buy a printer at that point. I really feel like they're maybe not as expensive as you think they are. I know I was surprised when I started getting into it. That's pretty good. Now let's go over to here. There we go. God help me. Just ordered a Big Mac delivered by DoorDash. That's that is kind of an incredible confluence of, you know what? No, I reject the notion that makes you lazy, super not. That makes you a modern consumer. That's what that makes you. But why a Big Mac? You're getting DoorDash. You could have ordered something better than a Big Mac. Oh God. King Crab, best crab. I can't argue with that, Commissar Iguana. I do like the crabs. I like the crab, I like the king crab. They're both such classic designs. They're also some of the only designs that really got done justice by the MechWarrior Online redesign. I think the new version of both the crab models is pretty good. I'm sure someone would disagree with me. There's always someone. Particularly if it's me. That didn't look quite the way I was hoping, but I think with some more highlights it'll come out okay. Problem with 3D printing is also a space investment. You need the table space for the printer setup. You also have to have the smelly, so that's potentially toxic fumes away from general living areas. Now, lore friendly. That, while generally true, is not as true as I think many people fear. It always pays to look at the actual toxicity sheets of any resin that you're using, and I know that in the case of the Elegoo gray resin that I tend to use, when you really read the toxicity sheet, you shouldn't, drink it. You shouldn't huff the fumes out of an old gym sock. No, this is all very true. But just being in the same room as it really is not particularly harmful, unless you're huffing it out of the vat, which again, please don't do that. It's mostly harmful to physical exposure. It is an irritant should you get it in your eyes, in your mouth, on your hands, stuff like that. So you don't want to touch it. But I've got an Elegoo Mars behind me that sits within arm's reach of my desk. And it runs fairly regularly, and I don't have any issues with it. Now, maybe I'm going to just spontaneously drop dead in the next few minutes, but I have no problems with irritation, I have no problems with breathing, I have no problems with the smell of it. In a fairly well-ventilated room, it's really just not an issue. Now, I think it's good that people always mention it, because I would rather someone be overcautious about toxic fumes than undercautious about toxic fumes. However, don't let that stop you from getting involved. And the toxicity has been going down with each generation of resins that has been released. My Elegoo Mars actually takes up a very, very small footprint. You do want to devote some space to it, though. That's very much true. I have not tried the water-soluble resin yet. I am using up the last of the resins that I have before I buy a bottle of that, because it looks cool, but it's also fairly expensive. I can tell you I want the water-washable resins because I'm fucking tired of working with 99% isopropyl and 100% acetone. I think that's probably the most toxic shit that I deal with for resin printing is the fact that I have to handle acetone and isopropyl. In fact, for those, I have to have a little area set up with a hazardous materials cabinet because they are highly explosive. Like, holy shit explosive. If you're resin printing and you are not aware of how explosive 99% isopropyl and pure acetone are, become aware of it right now, because people seriously hurt themselves with that stuff with just the tiniest little spark. I've heard of people putting 99% isopro into like a ultrasonic cleaner, and the vibrations of the cleaner actually atomize the isopro, and then a tiny little spark, and what you've got is a bomb, basically. I mean, that's all a bomb is. Cosmic D's actually honors my no ice in the soda request. Well, shit, man. If they're giving you the customer service you want, then by all means. Space itself is what's stopping me. In an apartment small enough that I don't have a dedicated hobby space in the first place. Yeah, it can. It can definitely take up some space, lore friendly. Yeah, fuel air explosive. That's exactly what it is. Holy shit. Yeah, there's a reason that... So we've got a bunch of old grain bins on our property that aren't completely cleaned out yet. And thankfully they've been there so long that there isn't as much of a problem with grain dust, but had to tell a couple of workers, like, seriously, don't fucking smoke. Don't do it. I don't know if you guys know this, but grain dust in an enclosed, like a bin, like a big silo, those things turn into bombs too. You light one spark in there and kaboom! Crazy. Not on purpose, Amax. I would never do that. Really, almost anything that's flammable that can be reduced to a dust and spread throughout the air. That's just how explosives work. You get that nice fuel-air mix so that the fire can access maximum quantities of oxygen. It's the same reason that, like, tumbleweeds are essentially like rolling gasoline. We get tumbleweeds, we get a season of them out here, and you gather them all up, and you put them in a pile, and you dry them out, and you toss a match, and they go up like a small mushroom cloud. It is something to behold. Alright, where am I? I want to move up onto the torso with some of this. Excuse me. I might wash this down with green a little bit later, just to kind of ease some of my shaky-handedness. It has been interesting learning to paint on stream. This is a slightly different process than painting by myself. And it's been interesting, like I said, learning it over the last month, and I feel like I'm getting better at it, but I'm still not as smooth as I am when I can arrange things however I want. I'm not making that a complaint. I've been enjoying kind of getting better at it. Really what I'm trying to say here is if I'm painting sloppy, it's definitely someone else's fault and not mine, and don't you dare blame me. It's always somebody else's fault. In fact, in general, if I ever do anything wrong, know that it's someone else's fault. Somehow. That's just a good assumption for you to work with. There we go. Start with some better brushes. Yeah, better brushes are kind of an important starting point. Aerosolized flour is spontaneously combustible. Aerosolized flour is extremely combustible. Extremely. But yes, the point being, if you are resin printing and you do not quite appreciate just how dangerous that isopro and that acetone is, take a step back and realize that it is. It's probably the most dangerous thing you handle on a regular basis. It's much more dangerous than the toxic resin. The resin probably won't explode. Alright, need to come down on the torso a bit. I should probably do this after I do the cockpit glass, but as we've already established, I don't do things the way I should. Do as I say, not as I do, and all that. It's been a wild week, you guys. It's really nice to kind of unwind with working on a project that I know what I'm doing on. I say I know what I'm doing. I'm probably 5 seconds away from screwing something up. I should never say that I know what I'm doing, because that's just, like, indicating to the universe it should knock me back down. It's a dangerous notion, the notion that I have any clue what's going on. That's why my shoulders are so buff. Carrying your shit. I'm painting with the 10 for $5 brush packs. I think I've gotten decent results. So, lore friendly, that is one of the... and that's even accurate, JT. I am printing another straightaway for the highway system right now. I'm getting real close to having a full highway I'm going to be able to show off. Which should be pretty cool. You do them precisely how you mean to. Yes, a wizard does everything on purpose, which is obviously what I am. I don't remember what I was saying. I was just saying something, but how important could it have been? Oh, yes. There's nothing wrong with those packs, lore friendly. However, I strongly suggest that you buy one. One good brush. Pick yourself up a, You'll find varying reviews on Winsor and Newton right now, but I have continued to buy from them for the last while, and I have found them to be excellent. The latest batches of brushes they've sent me have been pretty good. Pick yourself up a Winsor & Newton Series 7 Kolinsky Sable brush in size 1 or size 0. Don't get the miniature brush, just get their standard round. I think I've got some, if you go below the chat, I've got an Amazon Blacksmith link. It should have a link to the types of brushes that I use. Just pick yourself up one, and some pink soap. That's the brand name, it's pink soap. And start using it and see what you think. Because they're what I use for almost everything now. Damn it. Take that, camera. That's what you get for watching me. Poopies. I'm gonna have to clean this up a little bit. I'll come back to this cockpit since it's had a chance to dry a bit. He's a Blojensky square tip with a 3.7mm feathering on the gloop jib. God, on the gloop. On the gloop jib, that's... That's my new favorite word. Are the tips about as long as a finger is wide? Not quite. Now, I've got big old fingers. Mind you. But the bristles go maybe halfway across my index finger. The miniature brushes, though, have super short bristles. You don't want anything quite that bad. Going for the round is good, though. Hellcat Striker. Hellcat Striker, welcome. Welcome to the stream, my man. Good to see you. How are things? Things doing good? You want some missiles? I got missiles. Have some missiles. Only the best for my chat. Only the best. I'm gonna break out some of this Reaper Sunrise Orange. Use General Pencil's Master Brush Cleaner and Preserver. Man, I personally just use pink soap, but I can't say that it's better than any given brand because I don't have much to compare it to. It's just what I've been using forever and ever. Which is kind of like an endorsement. It's also a little bit sad. What's up, Hellcat Striker? What are you up to today, man? Painting anything good? Painting anything bad? Painting anything neutral? Painting anything that you feel ambivalent about? I'd be curious to know all these things. Alright, let's see what this, what is this? Sunset or Sunrise Orange? Sunrise, sunset, you know, whatever. Whatever you gotta do. Finished sealing 16 Lyran Guard and found the stream on Reddit. Haha! I knew there was a use to Reddit besides screaming at people and generally being an asshole. That's really... I shouldn't even mention this, guys. Don't judge me for my Reddit content. Reddit is where I go to just be an asshole because I don't want to be one as much on Facebook. It's where I shroud myself in anonymity and poke fun at the world. I always get downvoted into oblivion. What's surprising is I get upvoted the majority of the time, which ultimately just makes me sad because I come back an hour later and I'm like, oh man, I was really mean. Well, whatever. What are you going to do? Just sealed the Lyran Guard, huh? Hellcat, are you in the Discord? If you're not, you should jump over there just to post pictures of that, man. I'd love to see it. Oh, this is going to be rough. I got like super shaky hands and everything today. This is going to go great. Needs to be a little bit thicker. This isn't you being an asshole. No, this is me being palatable, Amax. Contemplate that. Contemplate that this is me filtered. Yee. Don't contemplate it too much, though, because I still want you to watch. God, why? Why do I do this to myself? These tiny little cockpits. I know why. It's because I love them. That's going to be a good color. That's going to be a good color when it's done. Pardon me, this is going to take a wee bit of concentration to not do something super stupid. I say super stupid because I'm going to do something stupid, like that's just going to happen. That's the nature of the beast, that's what you're here for. Probably, conceivably, maybe, sometimes. Howdy, 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 Downslide, good to see you, man, welcome, welcome. Probably see if there's an art store near me. Probably want to pick out a brush by hand first to get a feel for all the options. Amazon can come later. That's probably a good idea, lore friendly. You can't go too wrong as long as you get a quality sable brush. It's definitely going to be better than any synthetic that you're using. I just recommend the Winsor & Newton because it's, you know, it's what I use. I don't remember who suggested this orange cockpit, but it was a good idea, and I appreciate it. Did I come up with this idea? I did come up with this idea, didn't I? This was my idea, chat. You remember it. Tiny Robots in a Box remembers it. He was there. This was my idea, yeah. That's what we're going with. The whole time. Cat, you're supposed to support me no matter what I say. Have I not explained that rule to you yet? Yes, small brushes are for small work. This is true. Also, I would like to just say, to remember lore friendly, don't get too caught up in what other painters tell you to do. I know that when I give advice, I tend to phrase it kind of like, okay, here's the thing. Step 1, do this. Step 2, do this. Step 3, do that. Don't take that as, like, hard gospel. Do what works for you. Because your style is going to be different than everybody else's in some small way. So try what other people say, and if it doesn't work for you, drop it. Do something else. Try something that somebody else recommends. That was not in my contract. Yeah, but don't listen to Kat when she says it. Only listen to me when I say it, even if it's the same advice. couple mechs in the 3D printer queue tomorrow. I'll read the brushes, those will come later. Yeah, no, that's exactly what you should look at lore friendly, is just as a launching off point. And Sentient Pickle is absolutely correct. Literally the only way, unless you are a freakish natural talent, which, hey, that happens, the only way to get better at painting is doing a bunch of it, man. Yeah, that's starting to get there. I like that. I'm going to mix a little bit of this lantern yellow into my sunrise orange for the next step. I missed you, O'Coral. Cat didn't. Cat was talking shit. But I missed you. I need to get better aim. And the dad jokes keep on coming. Yeah, that should be a good color for this. I like that. Thin it down slightly. Well, thank you very much, Hellcat. I assume you're talking to me. But maybe not. If you're talking to somebody else, that'd be cool too. Dropping ideas in my DMs, don't worry about the pings. Okay, I won't. How's the music today? Can you guys hear it? Is it at a decent volume? Because I feel like that's like 50-50 for me. Excellent. Well, thank you, Hellcat Striker. Yeah, he's coming together pretty well. I'm very pleased with how Gecko has come together so far. Might be a little extreme. Oh well. Oh well! I hate it. Synthwave is the worst. Yeah, DLG is... He does nothing but talk shit about Synthwave. He can't stand it. His whole channel definitely isn't Synthwave themed or anything like that. Man, my hands are shaky today. I should drink some more coffee. That would solve it. That's how that works, right? I remember reading that someplace. Just a little bit on this spot here that looks like it's supposed to be a bit of glass, but it's miscast, so it looks like shit. There we go. I think just a touch in the corner of a more yellow color is going to be perfect. So I'm going to use this unlabeled bottle of yellow paint. I'm sure that won't bite me in the ass. I'm sure it won't. How could it? Nobody answered that. Thin you down just a teeny bit, because you're pretty thick. And it has a nice kind of shine to it. One more. Two more, I guess. Man, 6mm models are teeny. I guess that's a little redundant to say. I like this color scheme on my glove. It's a good one, right? Kind of autumny. The harmonics of the naturally occurring shakes are cancelled out by the harmonics of the shakes caused by caffeine. I'm absolutely sure that's scientifically supportable and not at all complete bullshit. It's okay, we're friendly to bullshit around here.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
What's up, Dr. Smurf? Good to see you. What size guidelines do we use for 3D printing mechs? You see, my general rule of thumb is that the 55 tonners should be roughly 45 millimeters tall. Bear in mind when you're 3D printing, if your mech, if you're doing like resin and you're printing the antenna as part of the mech, like on an Archer, for instance, which has a really long antenna, account for that. Because the top of the shoulders should be at about that point, and then you want to go ahead, and the overall height of the Mini will end up being like 50 millimeters, because that's adding a number of millimeters on top of it. But the bulk of the mech, I try to hover around for the mid-range 55 tonners, about 45 millimeters. Go up to 50 to 52 millimeters for heavy and assault mechs. Don't go too large, though, because... And don't go too small on the small mechs either. Like, your Locust should probably be about 40 millimeters tall. They don't need to be tiny. You have to account for how spindly they are. Because a Locust is, like, it's all leg, and those legs are teeny tiny, so this is the only part of it that weighs anything, and it doesn't weigh that much. So it can still be pretty big, while being believable. Now, that said, Battletech scales all over the fucking place, so I don't think you can actually get it wrong. So don't worry about that. I need to do a little bit of red for some small lasers, and a little bit of green for some medium lasers, just to start the lensing on them before I go any further. I'm going to use some of one of my favorite reds, Game Color Rojo Visceral, or Gory Red. Long live the Confederation. It is a nice camo job, isn't it? That's like the only camo job I'm ever going to paint is on my fucking hand, apparently. I'm trying to keep my damn paint bottles a little bit cleaner, and they just like to get so gross. Nothing quite like splattering paint all over myself. Yeah, Tiny Robots in a Box is probably a good guy to listen to also as far as scaling goes. He does a lot of 3D work on mech figures. Oh, downslide. You know what? Let me check that for you. Okay, so here's something you should have. I need to put this on my Amazon list, actually. The Blacksmith. Let me grab it real quick. If you are 3D printing, and you do not own a set of digital calipers, Sir Trent Howell, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. If you do not have a set of digital calipers, you really should. These things are incredibly helpful for 3D printing purposes. They are, in fact, as Tiny Robots in a Box has said, the bomb diggity. Like, they give me a good proper... But if I, for instance, take, like, here's a 3D printed catapult. And it's at a scale that I'm pretty comfortable with. It's maybe a little bit large, but all in all, not too bad. And then you take this here bad boy and wheel it open. use whichever of these prongs is easiest to measure from the bottom of the foot up to the top of the missile door. This catapult is still only 45 millimeters. There to there. So I think 45 is probably good for a cat. Cats are real bulky, though. And I like to apply, because I'm trying to keep them in scale with some of the CGL models. So, like, let's say this Wolverine, for instance. See, now, 45 for the Wolverine is almost right. At the top of his missile launcher, he is about 43 and a half. And if I go to the top of the antennas on him, he's more like about 48 millimeters. So, what you do is you find a scale that works for you. Just try to remember that just because a mech weighs a lot more doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be that much taller. A lot of that is made up for in bulk and density and unicorn farts and spiders' webs and nonsense and space magic, so. And was he throwing Capellan hate? Let me give you a good Defoe. Oh, you know it. Man, I need some Defoe clips on here. Yeah, I'd say go ahead and scale it to 43 to 45 millimeters on that catapult, bearing in mind that the catapult's legs are real hunched down, so he's kind of shorter than he necessarily should be because he's real wide. What the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, I remember. Trying to take some of this gory red and put it on my small lasers. Go. I do the HBS Battletech thing of red laser, or small lasers being red, medium lasers being green, and large lasers being blue. It is just how I like to personally identify them. I had somebody ask me last time about the lensing effect on the lasers. Is that the proper way to do it? There's no such thing as a proper way to do any of this. And frankly, it is bizarrely unreasonable and totally unrealistic to have focusing lasers at the ends, or focusing lenses at the ends of lasers like this. I do it because it looks good. And ultimately, that should be your only justification for doing anything as far as miniature painting goes. Honestly, I know there's a tendency to do it, particularly when you're dealing with military fiction and stuff. Don't get lost in the concept of realism. Nothing about Battlemechs is realistic. Nothing. Not one goddamn thing. How big do I print the Atlas? I have an Atlas, I think, that I printed that I had at a good size. Let me see. Did I keep them? Here's a busted-ass catapult. I swear I had an Atlas that I printed that was at a good size. I want to say he was at 52, 53 millimeters to the top of his head. It wasn't that big. And the Atlas is another one I caution you not to go too big on, because it's real easy to go, well, he's the Atlas, he's supposed to be gigantic. I wrote it down a little while ago. I was doing some conversions of meters to millimeters in scale, but really, if an Atlas is going above 52 millimeters, see, you can do big like that, like Vergaderung is talking about, but the size will soon begin to become a problem, particularly if you play in 1.25-inch hexes. Don't necessarily let that stop you, but be aware that it wouldn't necessarily be that large. And I'm going to put the green down for the medium lasers too, which is going to be some of this Army Painter Angel Green, which is getting to a point where I might need to toss the rest of it out. But that's okay, because I just got some new greens in. Ooh, stop what you're doing, Thunderhead. Let me look and see if there's a new green I can use. I'm trying to use this Reaper paint. So before I fall back on Army Painter, let me look at Reaper. Dragon Green, that looks like a good option. That's Wilderness
I
green.
suppose you could just go ahead and glorp that paint on anywhere. It's
I
not like
will.
We're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Good and thick. Yeah, so I'm going to use some of this Reaper Dragon Green for my medium lasers. This will be a little bit of a change of pace for me. That's a nice color, real vivid. And for this reason, I play on 1.75-inch hexes. You know, 1.75-inch hexes is not a bad idea at all. That's why all my shit is available in that too. Well, everything except the highways, but that's really just for mechanical reasons. We are printing out some testers of the highways in 1.75, and if we can get it to fit nicely on like a CR10, we'll release it. I love this song. I like the one with the lyrics, but I like the song. For some reason I just thought of... You guys have seen The 40-Year-Old Virgin, right? I assume most people have seen the 40-Year-Old Virgin. What's up, Crossbow Roof? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you very much. I live it. I feel you guys, I feel you. I wanted to remark on it because I want to say one of the dorkiest things I think it's possible to say. And that is, the last time I watched The 40-Year-Old Virgin, there is the scene when he's painting miniatures, where they poke some fun at him because he's painting like Napoleonic 6mm figures or something. And he's got the figure there, and it's bare metal, and he's going, and now I am turning your silver pants blue, and he's putting blue paint on, and I want to scream at the screen when that happens. Because I'm just like, you have to prime it. No, Steve Carell, stop, dude, please, stop what you're doing. You have to prime. You have to prime that miniature before you paint it. It's just gonna come right off, man. Unless he's using enamels, but even then. 4 months away from being the 40-Year-Old Virgin. Somebody send that man some Defoe to get him through. The reason they're mocking him... Ooh, lore friendly, I like that. That's kind of meta. Like, the real joke in that scene of the 40-Year-Old Virgin is that he's not priming. And that shows what a loser he is. Fucking, like, big dick miniature painters? Miniature painters that fuck? Well, they're priming. Right next door, there's a dude painting minis, and he's priming, and there's just chicks hanging out all over the place. It's crazy. Have I seen Welcome to Marwyn? I don't believe that I have. DLG, did you watch The Lighthouse? You did not. You did not. Oof is right, man. Oof is right. Have I got a thing for this? Have I got something to... I don't really. I don't have a button to express my feelings, so I'm just going to give you the classic.
Elbow rocket! Now!
That's what I've got for you. Alright. Now, I want to use... I might use some of this orange that I've actually got. We're working up the red in these lasers. Because orange is a great highlight color for red, and I'm not taking it as far as yellow, so it may actually work. Crossbow Roof, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Good to have you. Goddamn right, Rocket Punch. Elbow Rocket. Oh, I love that movie, you guys. I love Pacific Rim. I know everybody has opinions on it. I know that it's kind of big and kind of dumb and kind of straightforward and simple, but it just has so much heart. It's like a love letter written to my childhood specifically. see if I can do this. Why do I make things so small? It's almost not orange enough. I know, Leafback, I don't understand it. I've had people straight up criticize it in front of me, and it's like... My roommate was telling me a friend of his from work got a promo hoodie with a giant Dafoe face on the back. You have a hoodie, or your friend has a hoodie with Willem Dafoe's face on it? Can you fucking steal that from me? Because I would wear that unironically. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, I don't get it. People don't like Pacific Rim. I'm a pretty understanding guy, even though I have very strong opinions on entertainment a lot of the time. But, like, if someone sits in front of me knowing that I like Pacific Rim and starts being like, the movie's fucking stupid, man, it's dumb, robots don't really exist. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be friends with that person. I know robots don't exist. That's why I need movies like Pacific Rim. Well, okay, robots exist. Giant mechs don't exist. I mean, Japan keeps building, like, half-assed ones, but they don't really count. That's pretty good. Pardon me, I'm going into concentration mode for just a moment to get these lenses together. Anybody that paints BT Mechs gets a follow. Well, now I feel less special. Oh, you guys! Crossbow Roof followed me just because I'm painting mechs. No, actually, that's really cool, man. There aren't enough people painting BattleTech on Twitch. Well, it's good that I corrected myself, Lore Friendly. I've honestly looked for other people painting BattleTech on Twitch specifically because I'd very much like to raid you guys when I'm done for the day. Because, I mean, a lot of people who come in here to watch me seem like they could go for much, much longer than I do. And I hate to just end a stream, but I also don't just want to raid you into some random-ass chat with some random asshole who doesn't get our humor, Day-Late Gamer, some person who's doing something totally unrelated to what we're doing, who isn't really much like the person we're watching at all, who probably won't appreciate the jokes that we're making. Anybody like that, DLG, I wouldn't want to raid you into one of those chats. He was my hero at one point. That was awkward as shit, man. It was funny for us. But, I mean, legitimately, I keep an eye out for people that I'd like to raid you at. I've got a couple that I really enjoy watching, but nobody that paints mechs, so it would wind up being like Warhammer or something. And, even then, the people that I really enjoy watching, like, I like Studio J7 quite a lot, but he's in England, so by the time I'm done streaming, he's fucking asleep and has been for like 3 hours. The mighty have fallen, damn it. Not gonna lay on its back to print well. What do you mean, Downslide? Are you using... First of all, Downslide, what slicer are you using? That is an important detail. I don't want to use Dungeon Slime for this, because I'm using it on the main body. I'm looking for another lens color. Here we go. I like this green. Let me use some cat's eye green. Prusa. A little more luck with that than Kira. I wish I could give more advice on Prusa. I only used Prusa for the first time the other day, and it was for, Seriously? I got my fucking numbers turned off, man. Why you gotta jinx me like that? What are you doing, Chaotic Harmony?
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I
It's
will.
not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
You guys have made me indignant about glorbing. Now I do it on purpose. Now I do it because it's fun. Because glorbing is how I express myself. Damn it. Oh, Coral with the fucking
If this
burn.
conversation gets more about how you feel about something, I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
I swear to God, I put a 5-minute delay on all of those, and O'Coral has found a way to... O'Coral, did you hack my fucking stream or something? You just violating the laws of physics and logic and good, clean, dignified streaming? Did I recalibrate my gloop jib, though? Probably gotta get on that. Ooh, TIE Avenger minis. Wait, TIE Avenger. Which one is the TIE Avenger? I know your average TIE. I know your TIE Advanced. I know your TIE Interceptor. I know most TIEs. I know your TIE Defender. I can't think of what a TIE Avenger would be. Wait, is that from the new movies? Oh, from the PC games. With the turret? Hold up. TIE Avenger like from X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter TIE Avenger? Dude. Okay, that's why I couldn't remember it, because it's been since like 1998 that I saw it. That's pretty cool, man. Please post up pictures. By the way, my Discord is not at all just for Battletech. Like, I do paint mostly Battletech, you might have noticed. And I will continue doing so, probably for a good long time. Though it's not going to be all Battletech. I'm thinking I might divide my streams up a little bit by subject, so that I got some Battletech streams. I've got a bunch of Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures that I would like to get painted. I could do it off stream, but I'd like to stream it. I have a good time doing it, so I might have like a Marvel day or something like that. I'll let you guys know ahead of time so you don't get drawn in expecting mechs and get fucking Spider-Man. I forgot what I started that sentence saying. Did I see Play and Win? Did I see Play and Win? Where is he? What's up, Play and Win? Good to have you, man. What are you up to today, man? Can I request a Star Wars Legion stream at some point? They've gotten some cool sculpts. I hate how much I agree with you. You know my feelings on FFG, and you know why I feel that way. You know how petty and bitter it really is. I'm glad I went with this other green, because I don't want it to clash with the main body of the mech. I could! Yeah, and Cav. So Battletech and Cav are my current focuses, but I intend also to... I've got a Forge World Sanguinius that I need to paint for a friend of mine. Which, again, I could do off-stream, but maybe I'll do some on-stream. I'll probably do a lot of that one off-stream because it does require some very, very precise work to make look good. That model is intense, you guys. But yeah, I got some Marvel Crisis Protocol. I could do some Star Wars Legion. Damn it, I've still got... Shit, Play and Win. I still have, playtest credit from FFG that I could spend on some Star Wars Legion miniatures and pay fucking nothing. Because they took forever to get us our playtest credit from, It's not a secret, we were playtesters on Rune Wars. Siskind! 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 Cisco! What's up, man? Thanks for the follow, much appreciated. But yeah, we could do some of that Play and Win. It's been a long time since I've painted Stormtroopers. And I'm just gonna say this. This is just gonna be a brag. I'm just going to brag. Can I brag for a moment, if you don't mind? May I brag? I painted some really, really fucking good Stormtroopers when Legion first came out, you guys. I mean, really, really good Stormtroopers. I'm still amazed looking back at them that I'm the one who painted those. They came out beautifully. And then I sold them. And it still hurts me a little bit. I don't even know who has them now, because the guy that I sold them to sold them again to pay for his wedding. Which, on the one hand, I'm like, well, it's awesome that it was enough of a sale for you that it directly contributed to you getting married. That's fucking cool for you. And on the other hand, I weep. Because those Stormtroopers were so good. Couldn't stop you if we wanted. Yeah, I've seen. I wouldn't mind painting a Director Krennic, and I wouldn't mind painting that new Operative Vader. They're both really nice models. That, and I gotta say, as far as complimenting FFG goes, which I will do from time to time, the sculpts that they've done for the faces for their Legion models have been fantastic. For the most part, as far as actually looking like the faces of the actors they're meant to portray. And I'd like to get Orson Krennic so that I can see how much it looks like Ben Mendelsohn. I know that the one that they did for, what's-his-name? General Veers looked a great deal like the actor who played him, and I was very impressed. Yeah, there's some really good paint jobs out there too, though, Crossbow Roof. I wouldn't mind doing some more Stormtroopers. Now, I haven't followed the big painters and what they've done on Legion, but I'd also like to say that I haven't seen many Stormtroopers done in the style that I did them since I sold mine, which was, I did Death Star Garrison Stormtroopers, which is to say that the bases that they were on were laser-cut black acrylic, courtesy of Greg the Salt Miner, if he's still in here. Fucking fantastic job you did on those, Greg. Really nice. And, what am I reaching for? I'm reaching for something. White paint. I'm reaching for white paint. They were, like, pristine white, instead of what you see a lot of, which is people very rightly wanting to do kind of battle-damaged, dusty Stormtroopers. I went for pure, clean white, which is, in my opinion, pretty damn difficult to do. And it was. But somehow all my choices on that just worked. It worked so well. I don't even know if I could recreate it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that, guys, I'm such an amazing painter, I did these amazing Stormtroopers, and I could do it again tomorrow. I don't know that I could. I feel like something was flowing through me at that point, other than the usual bullshit, which is just kind of flowing constantly. You can say that, Amax, and to a degree, it's supposed to. To a degree. It's maybe a little thicker than I wanted. There you go. Some lasers. How about that? Fuck, that's what it is. His name is Gecko, not Reptar. God damn it. Reptar. Jesus. Get some deep cuts in this chat. There, that's close enough. So there's my jeweling done. And this is one of the first times that, oh, that one came out way too big, didn't it? I might go back and correct that. For the moment, I'm going to leave it. There, and I think on the small laser on the upper right, that was also too large. Yeah, it is, because it covers up the red. Well, I can fix that. Reptar equals Clan Security Mech. Downslide, I do have an Ender 3. What's running up on the camera on the upper right is my Ender 3. Yeah, I'll bet you can, Amax. I'll bet you can. Amax says she can go deeper. I'm not going to argue with her. I'm going to clean up some of this orange too while I'm at it. I am running an Elegoo Mars. And I have been very happy with it since I picked it up on sale. The Elegoo Mars is a high-quality machine. You got the ANAT 5? I've heard good things about the ANAT FDM printers. I've never used one myself. Oh, okay. Well, I have heard good things about the ANAT printers, regardless. That is already better, I think. I could even go a little bit heavier on top, I think. I think. I don't think. I never think about anything. I'm a dullard with a paintbrush. Oh, now it's too large. Good job, me. Quit fucking up your own work. Still, that's pretty good for now. I'm gonna get to work on the barrels, detail them up a little bit. Impressed with the Frozen Sonic Mini. I've heard people say good things about that one. Alright. I need to start moving in the direction of... I'm not going to go to the Reaper for this color. I'm going to continue using my usual highlight color of Vallejo Wolf Grey to mix in, because I'm familiar with it, and I'm going to keep using it until this bottle is empty, and then I will adapt on the fly. Because that's obviously a good idea. Having plans is for fucking suckers. Mix that up. Do you guys think I should have a palette cam? Oh, I just spat all over. That was disgusting. Ugh. What happened? I asked because I've seen a number. I go and I look at other painters because I enjoy watching them and because I'm always looking for new ideas. And I've seen a couple people that have palette cams, and I'm wondering if it's worth actually devoting a whole camera to seeing my palette. I don't know if you guys care. I pretty much talk about what I'm mixing as I do it, and I know I spend a good amount of time over here just kind of swishing my hand around, which maybe that's boring on the main camera. I don't know. You guys tell me. I don't need to see inside your mouth, dude. Oh, yeah, the palette camera, it'll be mounted on the tip of my nose, and it'll just kind of hook down and right up in there, right? So you can get a good look at both the hard and soft palette. I think that's probably a big move for the channel. That's what's going to push me over the edge and get me to partner you guys. Because I'm just right there. You don't think so, Verg? Thank you, Sentient. That's... I'm both tempted to agree with you, and I wish I could throw something at you. So, congratulations. Almost there. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Give these ankle joints a little bit of interest. Just a wee little bit. I find that taking the time to put a little bit of detail on the undercarriage parts of these mechs actually helps them out a lot, to break up the big broad swathes of color without having to just put random colors on random panels like winds up happening a lot of the time. At least that's what I wound up doing most of the time. I don't know about you guys. Showing them ankles. What's up, JT? Can I talk about my lighting setup?
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
There's the tightness in your pants, Chaotic. I talk about my lighting setup. Yeah, I suppose, if you're interested in it. I don't think of it as particularly groundbreaking. Give me 1 second. At present, what I have... There, that worked out nice. I have a 3D printed light arc. I'll put the link up in the Discord for those of you with printers who might be interested in doing it. This arc here has a strip of 50/50 LED run along the inside of it, and then a plug on one end with a switch. And it's just a super, I want to say it's like 5,000 Kelvin daylight. And then I've got similarly 2 LED bulbs on arm lamps here and here, which are also 5,000 Kelvin daylight LEDs. And these are on swing arms. So I've got this central light arc here with a little shield so that it doesn't get in my eyes. And then I've got these 2 arm lamps that I can move and position. And you like this arm motion? This is what I'm going to do from now on. It's my dance. But yeah, I can position them kind of wherever I want. And it's very, very helpful. But you want something in the, as far as temperature goes, something in like the 5,000 Kelvin, fairly cold daylight range. I'm not a lighting expert. I'm going off what I have learned from other people's advice and from what has worked for me. Let's get these hip joints a little bit. All about them hips, Locust. She thick, she quick. Yeah, a little bit there. Not too much. Just on top. There, that's nice. I like that. I'm gonna get noticed by the big boys. Yeah, you should look into an LED. I strongly recommend, if you're not using LEDs, use LEDs. You can get exactly the temperature that you want, and you're not going to use up a bunch of power doing it. Admittedly, it also does help at more advanced painting levels to be able to vary between cool and warm light. But that's one of those things where by the time you know how to use a feature like that, you'll have been fucking with your own light enough to know exactly what you need. Why, guys? Why do I paint things so fucking small? Why do I do this? I could be painting 28mm miniatures like everybody else on Twitch. I could be painting the 9,000th Space Marine or some bullshit. Eventually I'm gonna do some 28mm on here, just not today. Not today! Color adjustable smart bulbs are quite nice. That is the absolute truth of it. They're a bit more expensive, but I think they're worth it. Just along the edge there. Along the edge here. I no longer remember what these were supposed to be when I sculpted them. But whatever. They're little novels of some description. Yeah, lore friendly, you're absolutely correct. Like I said, I'm going to be painting a Forge World Sanguinius on here at some point, and then we'll talk about fiddly little fucking details. Holy crap. Oh, Forge World models, why? Forge World has some really good sculpts, but for those of you who've purchased from them in the past, I'm sure you know plenty about the woes that they come with as well. We're Getting there, one bit at a time. Guys, I think Gecko's gonna look pretty good when I'm done. I'm very rarely as pleased with a paint job when I'm not this close to the end. That wasn't a good sentence. That was bad English that I just spoke there. Usually at this point in a paint job, I'm saying to myself, this is going to look like shit. Why did I do this? But I think this is actually going to come out okay. I should not speak too soon. I should probably just keep my mouth shut lest I do what I just did. That's okay. A black wash will fix everything. It always does. Ha ha ha! Talent in a bottle! Need to paint mine. He's gold right now, at least. Well, hey, that's something. What's up, Guy Varese? Is it Guy Varese? I like Guy Varese. You know what? I didn't ask. I don't care. I'm going with Guy Varese. Like, maybe it's not, but it should be. Keep hearing horror stories about the quality of the resin crossbow roof. Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not just horror stories, they're very, very real. Some of their resin can be good, it can also go bad very easily. I've gotten a few models from them that have been pretty nice, but even the nicest their resin gets is still kind of a pain in the ass to work with. I don't know. I can't imagine that Forge World has that much of a future, but then I would have said that like 6 years ago too, so what the fuck do I know? Not much, I propose. If you're coming to me for insider tips on the financial futures of gaming companies, I'm afraid that all I have to offer is complete bullshit and unfounded suppositions. It's coming together, and I need to get a little bit on his nose before I forget. What resin do I use? I print... Ooh, Guyver Ice. I hadn't even thought of that, but I kind of like that. I print in, so far, Elegoo Gray resin. Once I've used up what I've got... I've also done some in their transparent red and their transparent green, but once I use up what I've got, I'm planning to switch over to the Elegoo water washable resin. Just because I think it's worth the extra money to not have to worry quite so much about disposing of the toxic elements of the resin, which that's maybe the greatest consideration, I would say. I was saying earlier, you don't have to worry so much about the toxicity. One thing you do have to worry about is disposing of it. Don't just dump that shit down your sink. That's a terrible idea. You have to dispose of it properly, which can be a bit of a pain. They also use their molds way too much. This is absolutely true. And recently, they've been doing some crazy shit working with Games Workshop and their garbage resin that they use for their stuff, where they're taking the really old molds for the Middle-earth battle game from like the Lord of the Rings figures they have, like the Witch King, which I wish that I had my Witch King here, I would show you. They've used it so many times and it's not designed for the resin they're putting in it. And yeah, fine cast. It comes out looking like shit. Like, the sculpts weren't that good to begin with, but when you put fine cast into old metal molds, what comes out is just complete fucking garbage. I can't believe they're allowed to sell it to people. The Witch King that I bought from them was unusable in its normal form. I had to cut entire limbs off it, I resculpted a bunch with green stuff. This was before I was 3D printing even. And I managed to make it look decent, but it was a war to get to that point. I was not happy. I was not happy with that figure at all. Whereas the resin Gurits that I got from Forge World was actually quite nice. That came out pretty well. So it depends. I think Forge World resin is better than the fine cast they're using at Games Workshop, but then actual human feces would be better than the fine cast they're using at Games Workshop. You need to be thinner. There we go. That should do it. Probably, maybe, conceivably, who knows? Yeah, that should do just fine. Maybe a little bit more aggressive with it. And some little texture details, you know. Oh, that's a bit too much. Lighten up, Francis. Ah, bollocks! Bollocks, I say! There we go. One thing I liked about Battlefront... Yeah, Hobby Lobby is the devil, ironically. One thing I liked about Battlefront when they changed the materials for their models, you saw a savings, not a worse product for a higher price. Well, man, I don't like to speculate too much on the motivations of the people at Games Workshop and Citadel, but I think that it would be naive to pretend that their primary motive is not profit, and they don't seem to give much of a shit about their consumers, if I'm being honest. So it is nice when you find a company that does. Games Workshop products seem like they are specifically designed to fleece you of as many dollars as they possibly can, which on the one hand, I guess I can't blame them for wanting to do that, like I understand it. That doesn't mean I like it. That doesn't mean I'm comfortable having it done to me. And I'm comfortable having some weird shit done to me, guys. It's always Amazon. You're not wrong. You always have enough brand recognition. Yeah, and that's the thing. That really is the truth of it. Is that Games Workshop owns so much of the market. And I mean just outright owns it with brand recognition. Everybody knows about Warhammer. It's the first war game anybody ever hears of, apparently. And everybody goes to their products first for what have you. And they just... I wish they were more newbie-friendly is all. Instead of intentionally pushing products on people that... Oh god, that was terrible. I shouldn't be talking while I do that step. There we go. I fixed it. Yeah, they're the 800-pound gorilla. It's impossible to escape Games Workshop. It really is. It's not like they make low-quality products. They make perfectly high-quality products. They just make... There are choices associated with their products, with their release schedules, with their designs, that are not consumer-friendly. Oh my god, it's not even hard to sync to... So you see numbers like that, and you're like, $10,000 on 40K, but having worked in a game shop where people come in regularly for their orders, like, that's not even hard to do. I could spend $5,000 on it without blinking an eye. Well, no, it wouldn't be without blinking an eye. I'd blink my eye many times over the course of that idiotic day. But I mean, if I was just grabbing things off the shelf and stuffing them into a basket and then saying, ring me up, I don't want to know how much it costs, oh yeah, that would be easy. For what it's worth, they definitely have some customers who do precisely that. That looks pretty good, huh? I think that looks decent for the gun barrels. Maybe a little bit of extra on the medium laser here on the left side. Just a touch. A little bit of texturing, really. Yeah, that looks nice. Fucking con game. Hey, yeah. They're not as bad as Harmony Gold, who are actual patent trolls. But, man, sometimes I like to imagine, because I'm a hopeless romantic and a gormless fool, what BattleTech would be today if the whole Harmony Gold bullshit hadn't happened. If they had been free to just develop the game. And didn't have to go through as many renaissances as BattleTech has, landing us at this most recent Kickstarter where they're like, we swear to God we're still a viable game, you guys, we swear. Look, we'll give you a bunch of minis that don't look like they were out of style in 1984. Downfall of Faza. Everything would be a goddamn lamb. You might have a point. Everything would be transforming into fighters. We'd be playing Robotech the game. Shit. So Real Texas. Thanks for the follow, man. Good to have you. How you doing today? What is it with all the follows today? Which one of you assholes bought me a bunch of fucking follow bots? Real or Real? No, the embezzling did not help things at all, but then it rarely does. I can't think of many corporate histories where you're like, and then there was the time that... Was he the CFO? Or was he just like the project developer at the time? Anyway, I can't think of any corporate histories where you're like, oh, and then the best thing that could have happened to us happened. We got embezzled for like a bunch of money. Hooray! It's amazing to me. I can't believe Thunderbot follow bots for himself to blame on. Damn it. They're on to me. Ugh. Honestly, given the bullshit that has happened with BattleTech over the years, which most people don't know about, and why the hell would they? Who really wants to follow that crap except for us? I'm amazed. Pardon. I'm amazed it still exists. I'm shocked that BattleTech is still a game right now. It could easily have just disappeared. That's not to say that I won't whine and bitch about some of the choices that Catalyst have made, for instance. I will. Oh, I absolutely will. In fact, I feel the need to do it just to prove it, so I'm just going to say that the new Trebuchet looks stupid. I don't know what to tell you. It does. The Bushwhacker looks good, but the Trebuchet looks stupid. Of course, I feel like a lot of people maybe don't have the bizarre fanboy attachment to the Trebuchet that I have. But then I am special and unique and edgy, so... But all in all, individual artistic complaints aside, personal issues aside, Catalyst Game Labs has done a fantastic job of bringing BattleTech back to the fore. They've had an incredibly successful Kickstarter that I'm still very excited about. And guys, I mean, you realize this huge renaissance that BattleTech has been going through for like the last year or so? Encrypt Panda 295, welcome, man. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Jump on in. Kat, are you there? Would you hit the fucking just pop up the Discord for people in case people aren't aware of it. Shit, what was I saying? I don't think the embezzlement thing was a CGL issue, or if it was a CGL issue, it was the last iteration of CGL. I know that they had a real bad experience with a Kickstarter. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm an expert on all these details. I picked them up mostly in passing, so, you know, take anything I say with a grain of salt. It is. And really, focusing on the positive, this is a renaissance of BattleTech right now. Between, yeah, MechWarrior 5, the success of the HBS game, MWO being fairly popular. Like, I'm excited about what we have to look forward to for the next few years. I feel like if they seize this momentum and really make good on it, we could have some pretty amazing stuff. I'd love to see them move forward boldly into the later era. There we go. The later era of BattleTech lore. I'd like to see somebody revisit the Dark Age, but I don't know, I don't feel like that's gonna happen. Yeah, it really did. The Renaissance was born of artists, which I think is the best place for that to happen. Gecko's looking pretty good. Looking at him. Feeling pretty good about all these details. Feeling pretty good about the lasers. Oh, I need to go down and do a little bit more detailing on his feet. Let's see that now. Expand the settings instead of tearing things back down again. See, I want to tear things all the way down. 404th Exile, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in. I want to drag you fools down into the Dark Age so I can beat you up with construction mechs. You'll be like, where's my Mad Cat? And I'll be like, fuck you, this is a forestry mech. But guys, I'm a sucker for the whole concept of agromechs. I really am. I wish that game had been distributed differently because I've really found it to be quite fun. The few times that I got to mess around with it anyway. Alright guys, opinions. How's Gecko looking? Have I missed anything really obviously, or is he looking like he's come together pretty well? I don't feel like I necessarily need to do any more with the blue. I think I'm just going to leave it as is. Yeah, man, like harvester bots. Send it to me. I'll dispose of it properly. Oh, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm going to come in here with some black and do the peg under his foot just so it doesn't stand out so much. Yeah, I like him. I think he's good enough to sit for a while and wait for me to think of the shit that I forgot to do on him. I always like to let mechs sit for a little while after I've worked on. Dude, the Cattle Master. Yes! Yes, the Cattle Master. That is a fucking hilarious... That's one of the best puns in all of BattleTech. We give you the Cattle Master.
You start to delve into the duality of good and evil. It's quickly evident which side most people will take.
I had to peg with basing material. I might do that, but I'm going to paint it black regardless.
Even the devil needs a friend.
Put some dirt over it, but draw attention away from it, ideally.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but
But
you're
I
just
am.
base coat, man.
We're so far past base coat now. We are deep into... Yeah, Critter Tech was a thing. I mean, it was a joke, but it was a thing. Yeah. That one small laser didn't come out exactly how I wanted it to. Maybe I'll come back to it, but for right now I'm not gonna. You guys want to do a little bit of assembly? I think I am going to work on building a couple of things that I got from Cyber Knight. Which would be miniatures from his line, Metal Core Collectibles, if you have not used them. Oh, Coral, I'm gonna have to disagree with you real hard on that one. I think one of the things that sets BattleTech aside is a complete lack of alien life and the sort of miserable look at humanity that it gives us. And I feel like the clans are a step too far in the direction of aliens myself. Nope, they need it. Well, as long as you've decided. No arguing with that, apparently. Nope, that's how it is. They need it. Don't argue. Yeah, there's some cat girls. There's some bird folk, but they're still folk. I agree, no clans. To hell with aliens, to hell with clans. BattleTech almost is 40k. But that's only because 40k just kind of rips off absolutely everybody simultaneously. Do I have a spot for my wet palette? I should. Who knows what goes on out on the rim? Battle rim, they call it. Oh, don't break any bottles. Mad Cat Good, that is potentially a complex subject. I would caution first that some people dislike the clans because disliking the clans seems edgy and cool. I'm not even going to pretend like that's not a thing, because that absolutely is a thing. However, like most popular movements like that, there are other reasons behind it. There are underlying reasons that sort of the initial group of people latched onto that often get forgotten behind the meta argument of, oh, you hate clans, oh, you don't hate clans, oh, I love clans, oh, the game sucked before clans. And that's all meta bullshit. If I can give you my reason that I don't like the clans, I'm with Vergaderung in that I don't like how they were implemented, because I look at them as they were trying to fix some aspects of the game. And it's not to say that those parts of the game didn't need fixing. They did. Lasers needed some rebalancing relative to autocannons. New equipment needed to be introduced. And they were trying to mix things up, to figure out the next step in the universe. The problem was that they had written themselves into a universe in BattleTech that was intentionally, in my opinion, intentionally bleak. If you look at the first edition of Battle Droids, one of the first things it says in that book is that battle mechs are no longer being built, that we lost the technology to build battle mechs. And maybe my mistake was seizing onto that as one of my favorite aspects of the lore, because that left immediately. The next edition of the books that they came out with were like, okay, Leafback, I won't say lasers needed rebalancing relative to each other, they needed rebalancing relative to a lot of other weapons, because admittedly, if you're just metagaming BattleTech and you're not playing according to like random assignment tables, medium lasers are the king of the battlefield. I won't even argue with that. Medium lasers are amazing. But I don't play BattleTech by just picking the mech with the most medium lasers. I try to go to, it's too efficient, but I try to go to like random assignment tables and stuff, because when I look at a game of BattleTech, I try to look at the 3025 mechs as a puzzle that I need to solve. Like, they hand you a mech that objectively sucks. Like, it's a piece of shit. And also it's broken, and it also starts with some damage on it. Now, figure out how to win. For me, that's the best BattleTech ever gets. But getting back to what I was saying, I don't want to dwell on this too long, but I do want to give you a good explanation. Because I'll joke about it. I'll be like, oh, fuck the clans. I don't really feel like fuck the clans. I like what BattleTech was before the clans more than I like what BattleTech was after the clans. And what that is bleak. BattleTech was bleak, bleak, bleak. It was dark. It was gritty. It was a universe, it was a galaxy in decline. It was... Humanity built this amazing empire. Humanity created this incredible technology. And then we just fucking destroyed all of it. Then we just burned our empire to the damn ground. And now what we have, by the time we get to 3025, the original setting, is vague memories of an empire that existed hundreds of years ago. And the leftover incredible machines that they built to defend themselves. And almost none of the infrastructure. And everybody has been bombed so damn hard that, like, even the concept of destroying battle mechs makes people cringe at this point. You introduce things like forced withdrawal rules where, you've got a battle mech. You don't have any choice in what battle mech it is. You don't get to pick the most efficient battle mech because it's something that your family passed down to you over 250 years. So maybe it's an old fucking Whitworth whose left LRM hasn't worked in 150 years, whose left medium laser had to be replaced with an AC-5 that never quite functioned properly and is strapped into the shoulder haphazardly and jams half the time. But there's character to that. And because... like, the clans introduced your double heat sinks, and I feel like the double heat sink is maybe the biggest case of sort of missing the point of the 3025 BattleTech era, because heat management is so vital to running a battle mech. And if you come in and go, well, you just don't have to worry about that, I feel like you just removed half the damn game for me. But again, these are my preferences. There you go. Yeah, and I mean, when people compare, well, the AC-5 needs to be better relative to the medium laser. if you look at it from a raw points balance wargame perspective, yeah, it probably does need to be better to be balanced, but it's not supposed to be balanced. You're supposed to recognize that medium lasers are rarer because we can't really make them very easily anymore. They're incredibly difficult to repair and maintain, whereas an autocannon, you can find ammo for it anywhere, and they're real easy to repair, so you're going to be more likely to use the autocannon in the setting. But then, for me, BattleTech has always been more about the story than the gameplay. In fact, the gameplay for me is just a way to tell a story. Crazy shit happens in BattleTech, man. If you've got an internal ammo store anywhere on your mech, and someone shoots at you from anywhere on the board with any weapon, and it's not an illegal shot, there is a combination of rolls that can fucking blow you up. And I like that aspect of the game. Again, this is just me. These are my reasons. That, and after they did the clans, and then they introduced a bunch more stuff, and then you got medium lasers, and ER medium lasers, and ER medium pulse lasers, and clan medium lasers, and clan ER medium lasers, and clan ER PPC pulse medium autocannon LBX UAC pulse lasers, and it's like, just shut the fuck up and give me a medium laser at a certain point. All that minutia doesn't really add much to the game for me. A few things? Yes. A few things certainly added some diversity, but they added way too damn much. They got way too granular, too, because in the beginning, things like AC-5 and AC-10 were meant to represent entire classes of autocannon. Not necessarily the same autocannon made by the same manufacturer put on the same mech, but a whole range of autocannons that fire a different number and caliber of shots, all fitting into the same general category of, well, these are AC-5s. And that changed to be like, no, we're talking about a very specific weapon, and I don't know, the loss of the abstraction kind of doesn't do it for me. But again, this is me. And as Sentient Pickle notes, I am wrong. So, you know, what are you going to do? Exactly. Hellcat Striker, you get where I'm coming from. And that's absolutely true. The Zeus was considered a good assault mech, not because it was better than the other designs, but because the Lyrans could actually still make them. But because the Lyrans weren't depending on a pre-existing stock that they then had to keep repairing over and over and over again, but because the concept of a battle mech you could still produce was like, well, that's automatically more valuable. I would point to the example of the I'm gonna build some of these figures here. I would point to the example of the Charger as well. You will see regularly threads pop up with people going, what the fuck is even the point of the Charger? And, you know, looking at it, that's a solid question, I think. What the hell is the point of the Charger? And to understand the Charger, you have to look at its story. It is kind of a garbage mech. It has 5 small lasers on it, for Christ's sake, and is it 100 tons? It's 80 to 100 tons. It's real big. It really would be, just because punching is so good in that. But the Charger makes sense because it was designed in a time when mechs were plentiful, and it was kind of like pork belly spending. It was a boondoggle project, and it sucked, and nobody wanted it. So they took the first run of Chargers that they built, the several thousand of them, and just kind of stuffed them in a warehouse, like, let's try to forget that we made these and try to make our money back somehow. And they were terrible, and then like 300 years of constant warfare went by. And in that 300 years, infrastructure was annihilated, the good mechs got chewed up on the fields, technology became impossible to reproduce, and by the time they then found an old warehouse full of Chargers, they were like, oh, it has 2 legs, it has a gyro, and it can fucking move. That means it's a good battle mech, because it's 3025, and we'll take what we can get, thank you very much. And that for me has character, you know? They gutted the engine to make a decent version. Yeah, they made the later version of the Charger that's fun and all, but I have to admit, I like the original. Sentient Pickle, you can fucking say whatever you fucking want, man. Fuck. The first production run of the R3 Cobra of this guy right here, that's pretty cool. So these miniatures, for anyone who wasn't here at the beginning, these are done by Metalcore Collectibles, which is run by our very own Cybran Knight, who has not been around today, but he's usually in the chat. He's over on the Discord if you got any questions for him. Fuck you, you fucking fucks. Oh, I'm gonna cry. It's terrible. Best thing to happen to the Charger was the Hatamoto class for the DCS. Nothing that the DCS ever did was the best thing to happen to anybody. I'll agree to disagree with you on that.
About how you feel about something, I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
My feelings are all that matters. All that matters. You kind of designed the R3. JT, regale us. As I was saying, these are done by Cyber Knight. He runs his own little production company. He has some really cool designs. He's got a few mechs coming out. I've got one of his mechs here. I may get to building it. I may not. It's on a sprue, so you can pose it, which is fucking great. But he sent me some of his vehicles for free. And they're really, really cool, and they fit into a lot of different variants. And I feel like they're going to be pretty great for use as proxies for BattleTech, particularly considering most of the vehicles from IWM are, shall we say, regrettable. Where's my super glue? There it is. These look like they're real easy to put together. I don't think this is going to take me very long. So, WJ, these are their own game line. Distinctly their own. I don't think he's got an actual game. They're just kind of generic all-purpose vehicles that can kind of be used in almost any system. But it would not be hard, particularly considering each of these has multiple variants that he's released, to liken these to something that you have a card for Alpha Strike, or that you have a sheet for Classic BattleTech. And that's part of what I liked about BattleTech, as I was saying before, is everything is supposed to be abstracted anyway. So, proxying in models should be pretty legit. I'm going to go in here, and I'm using a blade to score up these surfaces where glue is going to go, just so that it has some tooth to bite onto. I'm going to adjust my focus a little bit. Yeah, they'd be good for Chevalier light tanks. And no, they've never gotten a good Banshee head face sculpt. Leafback, these are in 6mm scale. These are perfectly scaled for BattleTech, as I understand it. I qualify that with as I understand it because I am often wrong about things. But looking at these, no, these should be about... Because I've got some cars here. These cars are 6mm scaled. So you've got a standard car, and then you have, like, an IFV infantry fighting vehicle. That seems about right to me. Twice the length, and about a third again as wide as your average sedan. Bearing in mind, this is for an IFV. This isn't a heavy vehicle. Your tanks are significantly larger than this. This would be like a Bradley, so, you know, a total piece of shit. Oh, what is that? This little piece I nearly forgot about? Okay, well, don't forget about that piece. Does that go on the back? I don't know where this piece goes. Maybe right here? Oh yeah, it totally goes right here. Oh, I think this is so that you can make the door be open if you want to. Ah, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna glue it on one way or the other. Oh, it's just the fuel tank. What's up, J35? Good to see you, man. If I hang out long enough, fucking everybody apparently comes through here. Don't I feel special? Alright, I gotta figure out how these actually go on. Go down here? No. I go up here. Is that right? I did, J35. We just got to a point where I felt pretty good stopping on him. There's Gecko for you, which we were working on for a little while. Got the lensing done, we picked the cockpit color, did some more detailing, did all the undercarriage parts. I think he came out looking pretty good. Used some of the new Reaper paints on him. Hey, respect. Booyakasha. What's up, Berserker? How you doing, man? How those Necrons treating you? This can't be right. Can it? I'm missing something here. Goes like that? No, it goes like this. It matches up. Aha! I figured it out. I figured it out. Okay, you just gotta follow the keys. Alright. Holler when you want to sell Gecko. Man, you gotta go all the way to the periphery to find Gecko. I still go to hobby shops sometimes, man. Depends on what I need. Need to get back to my cousin's house so I can start painting them. What kind of noob doesn't have a fully functioning painting studio in their own house? That's what I ask you, Berserker. You should be ashamed of yourself. Berserker, by the way, is another old friend of mine, so be sure you give him just as much shit as you can possibly muster. Old army buddy, as it were. It's a weird phrase to be able to say, honestly. Yeah, that went on pretty nice. If you want me to go due to my sheer incompetence, I can do that. Dude, we're all about sheer incompetence around here. You stick around. We are all about the incompetence. Ah, the gem is the heckle indicator. Right next to my forge and stable. Yeah, you wish.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not
Oh,
like
cool.
you're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I'm not even painting right now. What are you doing? Stop that. You monster. Can we get an F in chat? Good lord. I hope that I gave you a good explanation, Mad Cat Good, just for my own personal problems with the clans. My personal problems with the clans are much more tongue-in-cheek than they are, real. Like, I genuinely do prefer the game, set around 3025 with a couple of modifications. I genuinely am not a huge fan of clan mechs, but it's not like a... I don't have like an actual problem with people who play clan mechs. That's not really a thing. I hope that that was helpful. I'm trying to make sure this gets lined up decently so that the tires will set flat when he's on the ground. Yeah, hey, that worked. What do you know? God, these things are fucking tiny, you guys. Look at this little son of a bitch. It's hard to see all the detail on him because he's in a gray resin. But he's got a number of different versions, like with different guns on it and stuff. Different guns on it and stuff. I believe this goes right here. Tex seems to have a borderline hate boner with clan players. That is one of the only things that I'm really with Tex on. That's not accurate to say. Guys, I don't really watch Tex Does Battletech. I know that it's like a whole thing. I know everybody loves it. I think I've seen like one episode. Oh my god, look at these fucking tiny little barrels. This shit is ridiculous. You can't see all the detail on it here. So I'm probably not going to keep going with this assembly on here because I don't feel like it makes for very good watching, but oh my god, the details, you guys. I'll bring these back when I'm painting them for you. I think you'll want to see them then. Well, this will definitely get me using some combined arms, I'll tell you that much. It's a good-looking little IFV that he's made. All of Metalcore Collectibles designs, guys, really are high quality. I like them a lot. I like the way that he builds them. I think their VTOLs are cool looking too. Do the Tarmac King. Okay, I'll do the Tarmac King. It's big. You can actually see what's on it. It's also mechanically one of the coolest things that he makes. Asking him if he was the Ringo. Clan Thunderskunk. Drill them out. No. This is the one time I will say, no, I'm not going to drill my barrels, you sick, sick person, you. Alright, so here we have the Tarmac King, which is one of the coolest, mechanically coolest things that Cyber Knight has made. And what it is, what would be the official term for it? Is it a bridge layer? Would that be it? A, bridging vehicle. There's another word for it. An AVLB, which I'm sure stands for something. You know? Something important. I don't know what the fuck it is. Now, I think what I have here is this is the older version of the Tarmac King's Bridge, and this is the newer, more robust version. So I'm going to go to this. I'm just going to jump right to the newer version. Need to head out and get ready for work tomorrow. Lore Friendly, thank you for hanging out. It has been an absolute pleasure. I hope you had fun, and I hope I see you again on Tuesday or Thursday or Sunday, or, you know, whenever you got some free time, man. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be doing this. You know how it is. Now, the way this is designed, yeah, this is a lot more robust. Okay, so you can see this is the original, these are one of the original pieces for the Tarmac King's Bridge. These are one of the new pieces. And, I mean, just in the thickness is significantly greater, there's more material on it, the little cutouts are smaller, and these hinges are larger. I think this is a better design. And it looks like it doesn't matter which way goes where, so I'm going to try to pop these hinges in. And hopefully not just break them off. Oh, it actually went in pretty nice. And it rotates even. Look at that. What do you know? The hinge works. Who'd have thunk it? That's what she said. That's why I keep you around, Berserker. Jesus Christ. And get you in there? Yeah. Alright. So we have this bridge. How about that? And you can either keep it folded out like this and actually use it in your games. It appears to be strong enough you could lay it across a span and move mechs across it. I don't know if I would do metal mechs, but I would avoid using metal mechs anyway. And then you can fold it gently. I'm trying not to break anything here. I think it's more robust than I'm giving it credit for, though. A man should never be too good to not go for the low-hanging fruit. Who said that? Was that Voltaire? I'm going to go ahead and put the treads on this guy because that appears easy. I like the way he cast them separately. That's pretty cool. Are they identical or do they have sides? I think they're identical. I think they go on either side. Yeah, they are. So I'm going to glue these on. Oscar Wilde! Oh, Berserker, I've missed having you around. You are the source of easily some of the dumbest things I have ever heard a human being say out loud. Gonna throw any dust on the treads after I paint it? Yeah, probably. Though I'm much more likely to stipple dust on the treads rather than throw it on there. Throwing things at this scale is not as effective as you might hope. I just had my glue. This is my favorite game. My favorite game in the world. I just fucking had it. I play it all the time. What? Cookie crumbs? Cookie crumbs? But where are the cookies? Did you bring enough for everybody? Thank you for the follow, man. It's good to have you. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Will I ever paint any World War II vehicles? They were released in 1945, April Fool's TRO years ago. It's unlikely. I should just say that, because I know I do a lot of military-themed sci-fi and such models on here, and this is just a personal stance, I don't do real models. I don't do historical wargaming or anything like that. I'm just not really into historical wargames. I've done like Bolt Action and Flames of War and a few other ones like that, and they don't do anything for me. No, he did not bring enough for the class? Cookie crumbs? Disappointing. Gypsy Queen! Oh shit! What are you doing here? Where's McBee? What's he up to today? Well, next time, Cookie Crumbs, you gotta make sure you bring enough, bro. Like, you know, I'm cool with it, but these guys in the chat, they're fucking violent and voracious, man. They'll get after you. I'm just trying to protect you. Yeah, I think mechanically, like rules-wise, Flames of War is an absolutely fantastic game. It's just not a subject matter that I'm personally all that interested in going along with. How the hell do I build this thing? There's a picture of it on the back. Oh, it's redacted. That doesn't help me. It can't be that complicated. I sleep now. Alright, Tiny Robots in a Box. Hey, thanks for stopping in, man. It's been fun. So I think this goes on here, right? Yes, almost certainly. And then it appears that there's a thing, like there, and that would go there. What's this do? I could also go there. I think I have two options for things to put there. I've got those two, so I'm going to pick one. And then this... How do I put this on? Oh, this piece is what I've been missing. This... Oh, I see. This goes on here. And this goes over top of it? Or am I crazy? I don't fully understand what I'm doing. Ah, this goes the other way. And then I can put another piece on it. Put the bits in a box, pour on some glue, and shake it up. You know, the other thing I like to do for Vergaderung is you can take all your models and you can lay them out on the table. And then you start with one model, right? And you cover it in super glue and you roll it across the table like a Katamari. That's the way to go. Okay. I get it. So this guy's going to go on first. And then one of these is going to go on afterwards. And this is what is going to potentially hold the bridge. So one of these doesn't hold the bridge and the other one does? Yeah, the bigger one. The bigger one is the one that I want. Nice. That's the only way to build 6 mil. They actually say to do that in the instructions. Well, this would only hold on to one side of it, so okay, I think I know what I'm doing. Crossbow roof. That would seem to imply that I'm the kind of guy who looks at the instructions for things before I do them, and frankly, I resent the implication. We don't do that here. We're much more about the, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure if it was your Discord or the BPL, but did you see a recent release of a redesigned print of the Longbow? Would that be the one that was just shown today, along with the Orion and what are the other ones? There was a Trebuchet in there. It looked okay. First rule of Thunderskunk. We don't read instructions. Yeah, and the Bushwhacker. Yeah, I saw those. Most of them look pretty good. I was not a fan of the Trebuchet, which is troubling to me because the Trebuchet is one of my bad mechs that I love. It's actually not that bad. It's a pretty good mech. It's a very decent brawler. So what I'm gathering from building this is that this chassis... Oh, that's why that's not connecting so well. I need to do a little bit of trimming here. Is that this chassis is actually used for a number of tanks, and this is just the kit that turns it into the bridge layer, which is really cool. I hope that Cyber Knight does well enough to continue developing these, because honestly, guys, his designs are really clever and really neat. And he's one of the only people out there doing 6mm sci-fi armor. Like, there's some of it around, but not much. Not much at all. Because this part that goes on here looks like it would normally instead be like a tank turret. That's pretty cool. Wasn't it today, Leafback? Of course I called. Dude, Vergaderung, have you never brawled with a Trebuchet? You realize those things have 3 medium lasers on them, right? And 2 fists. Okay, I take that back. 1 fist.
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
That's the only safety gear that I use. Cyber Knight. Oh, Cookie Crumbs. That is another viewer who is in here fairly regularly. He's not in here today. He is over on the Discord, though. His name is Cybran Knight, with an N. And he is the guy who does all of these designs that I'm building right now. This Metalcore Collectibles is his self-run operation. Okay, yeah, and paper armor over a lot of ammo, but, you know, I think the Trebuchet is one of the few mechs I've ever used the ammo dump rules on regularly. Because admittedly, as soon as, like, my left torso armor goes down, I'm like, okay, in this turn, I shoot all my ammo out my ass into the field behind me. But it's better than blowing up. I don't know which of these I want to put on here. Probably this little round one. I like this one. It's got a little lens on it. That's kind of cool. I like that he gives me options. I mean, Vergaderung, how many times have you... Oh, Cookie Crumbs, if you go on the Discord, you can message him directly. I believe Metalcore... What's the website, actually? I've got it here. I might as well show you since I'm building some of his stuff. Here we go. MetalcoreCollectibles.ca. It is all manufactured in Canada. Which, I don't know if you're in the continental or on the North American continent, but I like picking up things that are manufactured somewhat locally. What the shit are you playing, Pretzel? What is this song? It's like the intro to a fucking Magical Girl anime? No. There we go. Alright, now we can see this thing starting to take shape. This is all really well fitted for being resin. Usually there's more warping problems I have with stuff like this, but I'm digging this. Alright, so then here is the actual meat of the bridge layer. Now the cool thing about this Mini that I really like is this little section back here. Theoretically, you can use it to hold the bridge while you're playing with it, and then you can actually remove the bridge from the model and lay it out and use it. You don't have to keep it attached, because it'll just kind of rest in this little gripper claw. Which I think I'm going to want to put at a bit of an angle so that it holds it well. And I'm going to score the inside a little bit. You crashing, Crossbow? Well, dude, I'm glad you did too. I'm on here fucking 3 times a week. I mostly use this as my way to remind myself to actually sit down and do some work. So if you feel like hanging out with me, doing some painting, talking models, talking games, talking shit, that's most of what we do, man. Hop on in. I'll be glad to have you. Don't put it at too much of an angle. What's too much of an angle, Verg? I look forward to it, Crossbow. Would this be too much of an angle? What about that? That seems pretty good to me. I guess I don't want it to stick up too far. Right? But if it was like... You know what, we'll just do it so it's sticking straight up, like that, right? We'll put it in and see what it looks like. That's definitely what she said. The highest brow humor only, you guys. You know, low is pretty good. I feel like maybe right there. Maybe just a little bit higher? Let's see. Yeah, it's so long that if you angle it too much, it very rapidly just starts sticking up like crazy, doesn't it? Transport chopper for mechs from Dougram. Ooh. An ammo wagon being pulled by horses is a joke. Dude, anything. Anything based on Dougram I'm generally fucking into. I want to make the actual truck that they transported Dougram around with the winch on the front of it and everything. And yeah, the transport choppers were so cool in Dougram. Trying not to get glue everywhere here. Just in the right places. That seems perfect to me. Angled, but not too angled. I might paint up this Tarmac King this week. Might as well do it on stream, have a grand old time. But that seems to be the primary symbol. Oh, it also has a bulldozer front that can go on it. It seems optional. It just kind of latches on if you want it. Which I do. I'm going to glue that on. That's cool as shit. Hell yeah, big bulldozer. It goes on nice and easy. This okay, these are all really, really well done sculpts, you guys. The fact that the detail is as fine as it is, but it still locks together as smoothly and seamlessly as it does. Like, there are some seams, but oh my god, I have paid a lot of money for far worse than this. Look at this big burly bastard. This has got to be 100, 120 tons? Ooh, I like it. And then I put the bridge on it. And now you can roll this here. Oh, you can drop this here bridge right off the side here. It will fall out if you tilt it over. But the fact is that if it's on the tabletop like so, you can slide it in real easy and then move this guy around. You've got your bridge, and then you get to the span that you want to bridge, and you pull this guy off, and you fold her out, and boom. You got a bridge that you can then trundle right across. That's pretty cool. I like this a lot. 70 tons, Cyber Knight, the man himself. Put it in and see what it looks like. Get any paint on those archers? I have not yet. I have not yet Vergaderung. That's something that I am intending to get to this week. I'm trying to get a little bit more done on Rampart Company just so I don't stagnate on the project. You know how that goes, I'm sure. This looks fucking cool, Cyber Knight. I've been talking this stuff up for a little while here now and working on this Tarmac King, and this is neat. This is high quality resin, high quality engineering. Everything fits together real nice. Everything goes together pretty obviously. I stared at a few things for a couple of minutes, but it didn't take me long to find out where they attached. I'm gonna work on this Tarmac King some more laters. I want to see what I do with the missile exhaust too. I don't know, like, your guess is as good as mine. Take this older bridge. Put this guy aside. Don't need you so much. Oh, cha-cha-cha-cha-chewy. And I'm going to get this Tyrant built this week, too, and maybe show him off some. Because, like I said, Cyber Knight was kind enough to send me one of his older Shapeways casts. And, I just love that he has as many options. Clenched fists and open fists, and you can point his limbs any damn way you want. I think more mechs need to be built this way. Alright, what else am I working on today? I built one of these little guys, too, Cyber Knight. I love the scale you've got on everything. Everything is just perfect. Here's what I want to buy as an objective, as a joke. Dude, how backwards so much of the periphery is. Oh, all the links get blanked out, WJ. You know what? Do me a favor, WJ. Go ahead and post that over in the Discord. I'll take a look, man. This is what I got done today so far, Cyber Knight. Feeling pretty pleased with. They recommended the orange cockpit, and I think it came together well. Have I seen the new Baldur's Gate 3 trailer? I haven't. I've seen that it exists. I haven't actually seen it. Move this stuff to the side here. Yeah? I mean, I was big into Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I'm a big Black Isle fan. I've been a fan of Obsidian ever since they kind of split off of Black Isle. I don't know who the writing team is that's doing Baldur's Gate 3. Didn't they kick it off to, like, Larian, who did Divinity? Because Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2 are both fantastic games. It's in general. I'll take a look at it here in a bit, WJ. JT, that's half of what we do here is complain about things, man. Please, for the love of God, complain. Complain loudly and rapidly. And, well, maybe not rapidly. Take your time. But feel free to complain. Oh, a weaponless albatross. Cybran Knights. Shame. Shame. I don't have a shame button. Why don't I have a shame button? The best I got is like... And it's not really shame. Put my blades away. Oh, what's next? I guess I could throw down some paint on this little Irby for now. Yeah, unless you threw the guns out, which, I mean, that's technically possible, right? I could see that happening. In which case, you're blaming him for no reason, and you are, in fact, to blame. What hunchback is that, WJ? Yay, Irby. Who doesn't like the Irby? Look at him. He's adorable. I'm gonna lay into him with some dark colors like I've got on the other police Irbies. Utilizing the exact same mix that I made before for the undercarriage on Gecko. This is P3 coal black with some plain old matte black mixed in, and a whole lot of flow improver to make it into more of a dark blue glaze than anything else. Well, it's not really more of a dark blue glaze. You know what I'm trying to say. And if you don't, then you don't deserve to know. Yeah, I did the heels too. Okay. Keeping the paint job simple on these guys because they're just police mechs, and frankly, I'd like to do some of the Irbies with rotary autocannons. I feel like that makes more sense for policing anyway. You know, insofar as mechs make sense for municipal duties ever, which they don't. I know what's going to be great for the city. Big robots stomping around, busting in the roads. That'll be amazing. Let me adjust my focus a bit. There we go. Gonna put sirens on its head? So, okay. WJ, I faked that one. Oh, I see what you're saying, WJ. Yeah, no, that's the Vasiliev 13. Look at that big bastard. Look at his big, gorgeous fists. I just love watching that. So, I cut the antennas off in 3D Builder before I printed, and you can see him kind of sticking up on top of his head there, and you see these ones I've already gone ahead and painted a real dark blue and a real dark red. So I'm just painting those as if they were sirens. I may get something that is more specifically sculpted to be a police mech with like a siren bar on it at some point, but these were really just thrown together. And I printed like 9 of them. The purpose of these mechs is actually just to show off, and I still haven't done it, which is why I want to finish this guy, the 4 urban bases that I made to go along with Trinity City. These are FDM 3D printable, real easy to make city bases that match the road system from Trinity City. So I threw together some Irbies to show them off, and then I got to like 80% and stopped. STL files for the monster or kaiju mecha. Are you talking about Monster Apocalypse? The bases are currently they're only for sale through Steel Warrior Studios as STL files, and you get all 4 of them either for free. I mean, not really for free. You get them with the purchase of the STL files for the road system, or alternatively, you can buy the STLs for the bases for, I believe it's $1.99. For $2, you get the STLs to make 4 different urban bases, and then you can print out as many as you like. Oh, Robotech. Macross Monster / Battle Droids Behemoth. I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about anymore. Actually make 90-degree intersections with those tile. That'll happen. Oh, I know the one you're talking with the big guns on its back, the little squat sons of bitches. Yeah, the ones from Macross. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a design I kind of feel like maybe they should have let go, but the new design does look nice. I don't feel like those huge mechs make a lot of sense in the context of BattleTech as a property. A property where weight is such a consideration, but whatever. Nobody asks me, so the hell does anybody care? They don't. That's the key to that. That's the answer, in case you were wondering. There we go. Get down in there. And they do the knee bits, yes. Stick a brush in the knee joint and waggle it around, and that's pro painting right there. Oh, looks like I primed a piece of cat hair to this miniature. How charming. I think it's cat hair. I hate it when I do that. I might be able to peel it up without ruining anything. I feel like with battle mechs in BattleTech, you get to a certain size and I lose interest. Like, as soon as the tripods start rolling out, I'm like, yeah, it's cool and all, but what about my, like, 40-ton ass kickers, huh? Where my Phoenix Hawk at? Oh, well, this pair of tweezers isn't doing shit. How about this one? Oh, no, that's not going to give me good grip. Damn it! I'll just have to use this. Yeah, please post a picture. It's always better posting pictures than expecting me to remember something that I saw a mere few hours ago. There, that came off. Left a little bit of a mark, but not bad. And back to broadly applying dark blue. I guess I'm just going to freehand TCPD on all these guys, even though the idea terrifies me deep in my soul. Oh well, what's the worst that can happen? A bit more here. Oh, that's pretty heavy. That down in the knee joint where it belongs. And then a bit right here. There we go. Now for the thighs. Did the whole thigh? Yeah, except for that bit. Okay. Just consulting my previous paint jobs to make sure I don't do anything too crazy. It's that top plate that I was doing. I painted the first of these guys over a month ago. I really don't remember what I was doing a month ago in my life. I might as well have been born yesterday. And I got a little paint where I didn't want it there, but that is okay, because battle damage is a thing, and that will take care of all of my mistakes. Oversized and underpowered. That sounds like so many things. You have 60 seconds to comply. Dude, Ed 209 is one of my favorite murderous robots in television or film history. It's like Ed 209 and HK-47, and then it's just full stop after that. Please, place your weapon on the ground. You have 30 seconds to comply. That fucking thing growls. It takes a step towards that poor son of a bitch in Ronnie Cox's office, and it growls at him. Was Ed 209 in RoboCop 2? I thought that was just, Kane. Like, they showed a little thing of Ed 209 briefly, but he wasn't really, like, in the movie. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, WJ, I think that was really part of the story, is that Ed 209 couldn't afford to fail. I think Ronnie Cox actually says that in the movie when he's shouting at fucking Alex Murphy about how stupid it was that the Ed 209 program that it got kind of pushed to the side temporarily, when he's like, you know, we had government contracts for 10 years, replacement parts, maintenance, who cares if it worked or not? I mean, that was the whole point. Yeah, a news blurb where he was doing patrols, I remember that. Yeah, Ed 209 was... That's the thing that you have to understand as part of that story downslide, is that Ed 209 was a piece of shit. Like, it was a bad machine. It did not work well. And that was, in fact, part of the story. I'd buy that for $1. Is that a little mini yellow car on the base? What's up, Shinoda Beast? Yes, it is. There's a little car to help sell the scale of the whole thing. I'm gonna do some more like that, but I only got a couple of these little vehicles printed. I'd buy that for $1. Buddy Cop G1 RoboCop film with Murphy working with Ed 209, and Murphy has to deal with his bad feelings for the mech and having to guide the mech to not go overboard. I'm not gonna lie, I would watch that movie. Ed 209 is one of the best looking machines ever designed, Leafback. I absolutely agree. He has that very particular shape to him. He's so brutal. And he's, I mean, I feel like they really made the point about how much he sucks in the first movie when they showed that he is incapable of traversing stairs. Like, that's a pretty big design flaw. He really can't go up or down stairs. At all. Looks like everything but the little forward thing. Because I fucking decide what they look like, Downslide, that's why. Does it look cool? Yup, well that's what it looks like. That is the extent of that decision-making process. If you had one moment, would you seize it? Shinoda, I would carpe the fucking diem is what I would do. Carpe the diem. That's my advice to all of you. Seize the carp. We've only got the one emote so far, but we're working on it. Yeah, but WJ would be in that horrible deep voice of his, who'd be like, I don't even know if I can do like the things that Ed209 actually says pretty well in his weird distorted voice. With the, you have 10 seconds to comply. Place projectile weapon on the ground. Oh wait, no, that was from Men in Black actually. That line was not from RoboCop. I am now authorized to use physical force. Paul Verhoeven is a brilliant director, you guys, and RoboCop was really an indictment of not only police but popular American culture. And RoboCop's one of my favorite movies. It really is. Like even today, I think it's a fantastic film. I feel like maybe he gets panned a little bit for just being about, oh, it's about silly robots and it's called RoboCop, but Paul Verhoeven is an insightful man with a lot to say about society. I think Starship Troopers probably doesn't get quite the recognition that it really deserves. Your proposal is acceptable. Yeah, it's so easy for me to mix up fucking Edgar and his bug form and Ed209 because frankly, they were similar. Your proposal is acceptable, and he proceeds to eat the man. You can have my gun when you pry it from my cold, dead hands. He didn't even have that much of an accent. He was from New York. Why am I making him sound Southern? Or Texan? Give him a drawl. Urge to politic about Robotech. Dude, there was a lot of politics in Robotech. A surprising amount of politic. Yeah. No, I mean... I can't think of her name. Officer Lewis. She was a great character. Dude, that scene when they kill Murphy is so fucking brutal. It gets me, like, every single time I watch it. And, shit, what's his name? Kurtwood Smith, who plays Clarence Boddicker. Fucking Red Foreman. He is amazing in that movie. Can you fly, Bobby? Ooh, guns, guns, guns. Ooh, shit. I need that as an emote. I need that as a little clip that I can play. The ooh, guns, guns, guns. Dude, Vincent D'Onofrio delivered a... Okay, WJ, I'm willing to have that conversation with you. Because I propose the opposite. I propose that Verhoeven got Heinlein completely. And I propose that the changes that Heinlein made to Starship Troopers as a story were very much on purpose. And they were intended not to be respectful towards Heinlein, but really to poke fun at him. And I say this as someone who I like Robert Heinlein. He has written some of my absolute favorite stories. I am a big fan of Starship Troopers. I'm a big fan of Stranger in a Strange Land. I have read most of his other work, including some less high-quality stuff like Farnham's Freehold. Did he write The Man Who Sold the Moon? I can't remember who wrote. I think that was Heinlein who wrote The Man Who Sold the Moon. Was that Heinlein or was that Asimov? Shit, I should really remember that. But you have to understand who Paul Verhoeven is, and you have to understand where Paul Verhoeven came from. Yeah, no, you're right. He was so anti-Heinlein that he completely overwrote the original book to do his own thing, or rather, he focused on aspects of the original book that told his story rather than what told Heinlein's story. Shinoda, I like the movie I, Robot as a standalone property. I don't feel like it was a great treatment of the actual original anthology that was I, Robot, but if you remove it from the books, it's a fun movie. And it hits on a number of the aspects of robotry that Asimov was all about, just maybe not in quite the way that he probably would have done it. Moon is a harsh mistress, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was Heinlein, the man who sold the moon, because it was all super libertarian and shit. So I just want to say something about Robert Heinlein as a man. Okay? And don't take this the wrong way. I'm not saying, oh, Heinlein's a fucking idiot. That's not what I'm saying. Heinlein had his own ideas about how things were. Heinlein idolized the military. Heinlein served in the military. Heinlein served as I believe, a radio operator and a signals expert on a cruiser, not during wartime. Heinlein never served during wartime. Heinlein sat in a fairly comfortable office on a ship, and he did signals and radio work, and he never fought anywhere, anytime, anyone, ever. But he had a lot of really cool ideas in his head about how noble service was, and how everyone would be better if they just served. And he got all these ideas in a time before the real major military developments of the last century. And as a veteran myself, I would just like to say that I think Heinlein is largely full of shit. I think that he idolized the wrong parts of military service because he didn't see some of the worst parts of military service. That is my opinion. And I bring this up in reference to Starship Troopers because Starship Troopers is maybe his magnum opus of just gagging on military dick. Like, just, like it's terrible. It's really Heinlein writing about how he thinks that everything in the world that all the problems of society are due to moral degradation. Which he saw a lot of what he perceived to be moral degradation in the free love movements of the hippies and so on and so forth. And so he wrote a book about how everything was their fault and everything would be fixed if they just handed over the keys to the veterans. And that is a big load of bullshit. And Verhoeven saw that. And Verhoeven saw that because Verhoeven grew up, I think, about 50 miles away. Was it 50, 30? It's between 50 and less of a German airbase during World War II. He experienced large portions of the Holocaust, and he personally observed failed bombing raids on that German military base, which left people, like literal bodies, in the streets outside his house. So this is a dude who will tell you stories about waking up, and probably not waking up because it would have been a bombing, but in the wake of a bombing, looking out in the street and seeing like a human being ripped to pieces and splattered all across the concrete. And I would suggest watch Starship Troopers again. In fact, watch more Verhoeven and look at the style of violence that Verhoeven does, because it is incredibly graphic, it is strangely realistic, and frankly, it's upsetting if you look at it enough. And that's the point. That is absolutely the point of Verhoeven's violence. First of all, it's presented in a fantastic way, like usually through a news story or through the lens of, like the news stories in Starship Troopers, where we'll flash by the Mormon colony that was destroyed, and it'll be like, oh, so many are dead, and it flashes a few quick images and then moves on to, would you like to know more about this next story? I mean, he's just ripping into propaganda right there. And he's trying to show you, like, some really quite disgusting images that should upset you. Verhoeven doesn't have a whole lot of respect for military service, and I don't blame him considering some of the shit that he went through. And he read Heinlein, and he said, this motherfucker doesn't know what he's talking about, and he made a movie that just completely makes fun of the source material. Yes, the book is very much full of casual nuking. In fact, the Marauder armor... okay, I'm with you on that one, Leafback. Heinlein libertarianism is better than Ayn Rand libertarianism. But I don't want to get too deep into that. People's political views on the subject, I restrict it to opinions on authors themselves. Yeah, he did. He turned it into an anti-fascist movie with massive amounts of in-your-face jingoism. That is a perfect way of putting it. See, that's the thing, WJ. It's a complex question. There is no simple answer. You can't say military good because Holocaust ended, because military helped institute Holocaust in the first place. It's almost like the military is a tool, and it really has a lot more to do with how you think about it, how you respect it and how you direct it than that it exists. And I think what he saw in it was it's dangerous to have that many young men in one place following orders, no matter what side they're on. Because a lot of the violence he experienced wasn't at the hands of Germans, it was at the hands of Allied bombers attempting to hit a military base and missing and killing innocent people, which that would upset you. So I'm not saying that Paul Verhoeven is like, he's the be-all end-all, he's who you should listen to for opinions on the military and you know, all that stuff. I'm just saying his perspective is unique, it is fairly informed, and I think it's really worth examining. As tempting as it is to just go, well, he didn't understand Starship Troopers, I would propose instead that he understood Starship Troopers in a very different way than a lot of the people that really liked the book did. And yes, I was going to say, the Marauder armor in Starship Troopers, they had a pair of nukes on a Y-rack attached to the back of the armor, so each and every Cap Trooper could fire multiple nuclear weapons, which is just goddamn crazy. Cool, don't get me wrong, Marauder armor is very cool, but it's fucking crazy. Yeah, like Wabi level of casual nuking. It might be. It might be a blind spot for Verhoeven. He's colored by his perspective just like everybody else is. I would propose that Verhoeven's perspective is a bit more real than Heinlein's perspective, not through any fault of Heinlein, but just through their life experiences, or at least I've found more value in it. Your mileage may vary. Let me put it this way. Before I was in the military, I was a huge fan of Heinlein. And Starship Troopers came out before I joined, and I was in the same boat of being like, oh, well, he kind of fucked this up. After I served, I saw a lot more value in Verhoeven's interpretation, and I understood what he was doing, I feel, a great deal more. Your mileage may vary. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I'm not... There's definitely some questions about the personal proclivities of Paul Verhoeven. But arguing strictly on artistic merit. Strictly on artistic merit. Oh yeah, Vonnegut's fantastic. I love Vonnegut. Vonnegut is the kind of cynic that I wish I could be. I wish that I had the intestinal fortitude to be as cynical and as much of an asshole as Vonnegut is in his core. Yeah. See, JT, that's an interesting subject, and I completely understand why you say that. I do. I would say that I disagree with it, but I couldn't possibly say that you're wrong to reject it, you know? Art's very personal. It really is. Art, so much of it depends on not just the original intent of the artist, because the death of the artist is a very real thing, but the interpretation of the viewer. It's almost impossible to define what makes art good, what makes art bad, because one piece of art will mean many different things to many different people. I will say that I personally find a lot of value in Paul Verhoeven's work. I find a lot of value in Robert Heinlein's work. Maybe not in some of his work, like I think Farnham's Freehold is a goddamn insane piece of, not even vaguely, like directly and insanely racist garbage. I understand where he was coming from. I feel like I see the thought experiment he was going through when he did Farnham's Freehold, but don't read it. Like, it's crazy. Stranger in a Strange Land, you could be forgiven for thinking was written by a different man, because I think that Stranger in a Strange Land indicated that Heinlein grew as a person quite a bit during his writing career. I don't think that he would have written that early on in his career. Chicago-style pizza is, in fact, a casserole. That's just true. We don't need to argue about that. Are burritos sandwiches? Shit. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Guys, I don't want anything that controversial on here. You might as well start asking me like, oh, do you think the tacos in San Antonio are better than the tacos in Austin? Like, people will get fucking stabbed over this. You think it's funny. I would like to say one last thing about Heinlein, specifically about Stranger in a Strange Land. I love that book, by the way. About the only way I feel like someone just coming into that would know that it was also written by Heinlein, besides his name on the cover, was that it prominently features a self-insert older gentleman who is very worldly and very sarcastic, and who does anything he wants and has a bunch of hot chicks around him who all think he's the coolest and totally want to bang him with no strings attached. And I look at that and I go, yeah, of course you wrote that, Heinlein. Of fucking course you wrote yourself into this fucking story, too. You wish, dude. And also there's Lazarus Long, who... Wasn't Lazarus Long meant to be... Oh, shit. Like Woodrow Wilson? It wasn't, like, I feel like I caught some note of that at some point. Like, he wrote a story about Woodrow Wilson becoming a kilt-wearing, time-traveling gunslinger. Like... Okay. Whatever you say, bro. What am I doing? I'm trying to dry brush something. Let me pull up my palette here. I want to use my Ghost White, which I put back a little bit ago. I, on one hand, can value art from terrible people, as the art can stand on its own feet and speak with its own merits. And, see, I agree with you, Leafback. I think that, if anything, I think it might be more important to examine art from people that you disagree with and that you find to be terrible, because art is a window into an aspect of human understanding and opinion that we can't always articulate. Someone can have an opinion that you disagree with, and they can try to explain it all day and maybe not even do a good job on it at all. Well, Sentient Pickle, don't buy R. Kelly music because R. Kelly makes shitty music. That's as good an excuse as you need. I wouldn't call him an artist, but that's me being cynical. I think it can give you a better insight into who they are than just what they say, though, I think is my point. Because people can express things through music, through art, through film, that they might not be able to just string together a sentence to really express. I feel like watching RoboCop and watching Starship Troopers will give you a better feeling for how Paul Verhoeven really feels about jingoism and nationalism and violence as a tool of politics and propaganda than a conversation with him would. Because a conversation with him would probably just turn you off. Whereas RoboCop has big robots. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Nickelback. Yeah, I've heard that too. You know, not to quote Captain Mal Reynolds or anything, but I figured just about every man who's had a statue made out of him has been one sort of son of a bitch or another. I mean, if you really want to dig into the personal proclivities of historical figures, I'll be like, hey, name a founding father. Oh, he probably owned slaves and raped them. Like, it's tricky, man. It's very tricky digging too far into history. Human beings are not great people. Just in general. Not saying that to excuse anyone, just saying that to set expectations properly. Human beings, for the most part, are garbage. That's been my experience, anyway. I'm just doing an all-over dry brush here with my Ghost White, by the way. Ghost Gray, rather. Fair enough, that is a statement. I am a misanthrope, ladies and gentlemen. I enjoy a certain amount of company, and I like gathering to me people that have similar hobbies, but at my core, I am a misanthrope. I believe most human beings are weak and kind of terrible, and my response to that, for the most part, is to avoid them. I would say to that Leafback that there is... Was it... Man, I'm going to be embarrassed if I misattribute this one, but was it Martin Luther King who said that the arc of history is long, but it tends toward justice? I think that the average human being is maybe not terrible, maybe not a monster, but certainly self-interested to the point of severe flaws. And that it is only through collaboration and the growth of culture that we overcome that as a group. It's the old 2 steps forward, 1 step back strategy, you know? Google says MLK. I thought it was MLK. Yeah, Sentient Pickle, man, it's hard. It's hard. I feel like I am both a cynic, a pessimist, and an optimist, you know? And... not to directly quote fucking Men in Black again, but I feel like Tommy Lee Jones's line in that movie kind of encompassed a lot of how I feel about it, which is, yeah, a person is smart. A person. And people are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals. Like, it's kind of hard to argue with the history of that, you know what I mean? A bunch of people in a group, we do some amazingly stupid things. You know, I think it's funny right now that, and this is a subject I'm actually absolutely not going to get into, modern politics. I'm not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. But I will remark on it that I think it's interesting that if you talk to people on opposite ends of the spectrum, both groups would agree with the statement that I just made, and both groups would say, and it's the other side that's doing it. You know, that's who we are, though. It doesn't even matter what political movement you're a part of. I feel like that is, to some degree, true. If you went back to ancient fucking Rome and asked a politician or even a common Roman if they thought that was true, they'd probably be like, yeah, that sounds about right. You want to go draw a dick on the wall over there? And I'd be like, yeah, let's go draw a dick. Let's go draw a bunch of dicks. I feel like I'd get along with Romans, you guys. I feel like I would probably fit in ancient Rome right up until I was like, I want some electricity. And then it would all be downhill from there. That is pretty decent for a quick job. I don't mind that at all. Biggest dickus. Oh, I caution you, Downslide. I caution you. Check out the big brain on Thunder. People are stupid sheep. But every single person out there is thinking the same thing. You know what I mean? So I try to keep an eye on myself. After all, I can't even prove that any of you people exist. Bah! Oh, Coral knows where it's at. People are stupid sheep, and the people in this chat are just a little bit better than that. Intelligent, discerning people. Right? Yeah. Yeah, a cynic is a burned optimist. I started my life a lot more optimistic than I am. But let's talk about something more fun, guys. You got me off on some philosophy with some of my favorite authors, which is well and good. Where is my red that I want to use? There it is. And a dark blue that I want to use, like this one. An aggregate. JT is an aggregate of Russian troll bots and USAF air defense software that has gained sentience. He's like a shitty sort of Skynet. You taking off, Leafback? Hey man, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. I've had a good time, bro. I hope to see you on Tuesday. Downslide, you taking off too, man? You know, honestly, guys, I'm probably gonna call this in just about 5 minutes. I have got to go get some dinner myself, and I think we've made reasonable progress today, guys. For all the shit we've been talking, we've actually gotten a lot done. Thank you both, guys, for coming out. It's always a pleasure to see both of you. And to you, Downslide. And to you. Hope to see you guys on Tuesday. Absolutely, Leafback. Absolutely. Not quite Skynet. Ground sheet. Oh, shit. Doing some board games. Well, that's okay, Leafback. You know, I'm probably going to be going Thursday, too. I think you'll probably find me at some point. Oh, excuse me. Let me get these police lights colored. If you catch me on Tuesday or Thursday, it is likely you'll see these Urbies again, and you'll see me trying to freehand badly live on stream. That'll be pretty fucking entertaining. I went from not knowing shit to thinking I knew it all as a teen, man. You and me both. I think that's natural, though. I think that's just kind of how it goes, you know? As an adult, about the only thing I know is that I don't know anything. Realizing I don't know it all as a young adult, figuring out most people don't know shit, and feeling enlightened, and now feeling like I don't know shit either, so we're all fucked. Sentient Pickle, stop being me. Stop it. Quit thinking my thoughts. Those are private. These days, guys, I feel like there has never been a better time in human history to be appreciative of the amazing gifts of culture that we have. Electricity, running water, air conditioning, right? I mean, really, be appreciative of those things. Because if you extend the timeline of humanity back, that's not common. The modern standard of living in the Western world is a historical anomaly. And I don't know how long it's going to last in this form. Maybe forever. Maybe it gets better. Maybe it goes away. I don't know. I can't predict the future. I know that right now, every single morning that I wake up, I am thankful that I have running water. I am thankful that I have electric lights. I am thankful that Eclipse does not have running water so that he suffers. Suffer! No, that's not how I feel. God, that's terrible. Why don't you have running water? Hey, take it easy, guy. Glad to have you in. Hope we didn't get too salty for you there. Hope to see you Tuesday, man. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is that right now there has never ever been a better time to invest in escapism. So I'm all about the giant robots. Because why the hell not? Alright, that's pretty good. So at this point I got hand detailing to do, so I actually want to take this guy from his base, or from this cork, and put him on his base, and then I can detail. Pipe burst right before the stream. Hey, Pez Motion! What's up, man? I have just been working on this Irby, as a matter of fact, just in the last, like, 20 minutes or so. We've done a lot today, as a matter of fact. Stream is keeping you sane. Well, I hate to abandon you, but I am going to be cutting it here in just a couple of minutes. I suggest starting it over. Listening to me not in real time is maybe even more tolerable than listening to me in real time. How the fuck deep did I put this pin? What? Oh my god! What did I do? That's insane. I got this Irby. I had done these ones before. So he's gonna match the rest of the Irby police squad. They all have a little bit more detailing to go on them. But they'll be getting done here probably over the course of this week. Hey, Skarnir, good to see you, man. What is this? There are always people showing up, like, right towards the end of my stream, like, this is the most amazing thing, thanks for streaming, and I'm like, that's great, nice to meet you, see you later! Crookie42, thank you so much for the follow, man, I appreciate it. If it makes any difference, my VOD should be up, and it promises to be somewhat entertaining. I've been, I would do that Vergatorung, but I've got weights in my bases that makes it difficult. This is what most of what we accomplished for the stream was getting Gecko, this here Locust, up to a point that we were comfortable with. I think he came together pretty nice. I really like the orange cockpit glass on him. I'll get him based, and I'll have some pictures posted up on the Discord and probably on Facebook and Reddit before too long. Oh, there'll be more Irbies, Pez Motion. There are definitely going to be more Irbies, let me tell you. Did I paint or spray? That blue was painted. get him glued down. Oh, I've got plenty of pin vices. So I don't do as much pinning to bases for Gatorung, because honestly, I kind of like being able to just snap my guys right off their bases quickly. I do a lot of rebasing, and I'll change my mind mid-project, so it helps me to be able to pop them in the freezer and then just snap them right off their base. No fuss, no muss. But that's a personal preference. I wouldn't say that that's something anybody should do unless they've got a reason. Asking if I could pin by heating the metal pin and melting it into the resin sentient pickle. I have not tried that. I do not know if it would work. That's an interesting question. That is an interesting question. I wish that I could answer it for you. I'm a little curious about it now myself. I hadn't actually thought of that. I don't know how heat sensitive this resin, this UV cured resin is. Alright, what direction do I want him to face? That one's going this way. This one's going there. See, the nice thing about hex bases is you rotate them a little bit, and they look like completely different bases. And I want this guy to be like... I think like so. That's pretty good. It'll even fit real nice like that. Yeah, you might have a point there. The burning resin fumes, I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know enough about the subject, or the chemicals involved, to give you a yay or a nay on that, but I would caution, because I know that the fumes from this resin are in fact toxic. Use a dentist scaler to make really small holes on things I don't think I can drill. I haven't, but I do like that idea. I know the tool you're talking about, I've never owned one. There we go. Another Irby glued down, and now we have the start of a police lance. Alright, JT. Hey, thanks for coming in, man. Thanks for the conversation. I always enjoy your contributions. And let's just pretend that TCPD looks better, because I did that a while ago and the paint was way too thick. I'm going to have to fix that. But theoretically, that's what I'm going to be doing to all of them, is putting a much, much cleaner TCPD on their small laser. And then I've got a scenario game in mind for these guys that should be a lot of fun. Alright, I am going to call it for tonight.
Just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Oh, I will. We're not. Fuck the lines. Who goes inside the lines? What kind of a sheep do you take me for? We were just talking about how everyone else in the world is a sheep. Not me. We weren't talking about me. I'm not a sheep. Everything I do is unique and fresh and non-derivative. Everything. Right? Probably? I don't know. Probably not. No. That's just insane to even say. You, sir, are a thunderskunk. Fucking thunderskunk. Eclipse, I've got some interesting ideas. So the general idea of it is that it's a Trinity City-centric game where a team of 4 mech warriors, so 1 lance, the guys that you're controlling, break into a city to steal an old Lost Tech Atlas that is used as a pawn burn. I want to. That's something that I'm working on. It won't be for a little bit, but I'm going to do some. OTR Wolfdog, what's up, man? Good to see you. Guys, I've got to start streaming later, I think. I might start kicking my stream an hour or two later than the 5 p.m. I've been doing, because it really seems like the people who want to watch are on later into the evening. And I'd like to be here with you guys. I'd like to sit here and hang out and bullshit and paint Irbies and talk shit about Robert Heinlein. You know? That's a blast. That's a blast for me. Talk Ed 209. All the good stuff. But the scenario involves trying to steal an old Lost Tech Atlas that's being used as a display piece in the city. Like, I was thinking about using Vergaderung's Atlas that's holding up the globe, the Atlas, and then be like, oh, well, you jump in it and you turn it on and you try to escape the city with it, right? But it doesn't have any ammo. So you've got that and like maybe a couple of shitty mechs that you managed to sneak into the city that bust out of some trucks. So you've got that Atlas, a couple of other mechs that you're using to escort it, and you break out of the city, and around the city are elevators that will dispense urban mechs that you have to deal with as the police try to stop you from leaving the city. It's not totally put together yet, but I think it sounds like a lot of fun. And if I do stream some games, I say if, guys, I'm probably going to stream some games. Like, I'm looking right now into how I can set up my game room with some permanent cameras. And, I'd like to stream a lot of gameplay, honestly. Multiple angles. I've got a big screen on my wall so I can put the chat up. Like, I think it'll be really cool, you know? But that's coming down the pipeline. If you guys are interested in it, that's, you know, all the better for me. And yeah, OTR Wolfdog, I say a start, but I say a start because I'd like to paint also these ones, and these ones, and this one, and I got some more around. I printed a lot of Urbies. Yeah, some tanks probably. I'd like to use vehicles more than a whole bunch of mechs. A lot of people are East Coast Eclipse. Well, I'm gonna call it for tonight, gents. It has been an absolute blast today. I've had a really good time, guys. This has been a great stream. You guys make me feel so welcomed and so useful. I like feeling useful. I've heard from a number of people, a couple of you guys have told me, like, I've started painting for the first time in a while. I can't think of a greater compliment. I can't think of a greater compliment. That just swells my heart, guys. Thank you so much. Kat, thank you so much for moderating. Chat, if you would do me a favor, thank Kat Ion. She is the fucking glue that holds my brain together as far as this stream goes. Without her help, I would just be a goddamn mess. Anyway, I will be back on Tuesday, 5 p.m. Mountain Standard. We will be doing some more work on some Urbies, and hopefully I'll be able to start on Gigantes on Tuesday. Alright, where's the button? Ladies and gentlemen, lady and gentlemen, as the case may be, thank you for coming out. It's been a blast. I'll see you guys on Tuesday, and remember, don't stop painting. That's the one. That's the verb. I'm good with words, you know? I talk real smart and good. Pretty much all the time. Okay, I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Clan fucking Thunderskunk. Never gonna live that down.